Oh, hey, how's it going, everybody? I'm not going to act like I was surprised. I knew that the audio was up, but I forgot that my mic wasn't muted as I was swinging around the headset. But we seem to be looking good for a startup today. We've got audio, we got a game, we've got a view here of our stream, and all that put together is pretty darn good. So, as I mentioned in the tweet, if any guys are coming over having seen the Habage update tweet, welcome. Thanks so much, and enjoy the lurk. Hope it goes well for you. We are going to play some more Stardew Valley today. No big surprise there, but for folks that were in the stream yesterday, Ant, thanks so much to Antheos Live and his raid that he brought in, which was awesome. Thanks so much. You guys, those of you who remained, got a little bit of a tease because when I came back from that break that was going to kind of mark another hour of our stream left, I had some breaking news, and it was a little exciting. And I'm sure we will be retelling this when and if Ant drops by to say hi. He knew what was coming, but I don't know. Life gets busy. So if we have folks coming in that are aware of it and asking about it, we'll probably be rehashing a little bit. But for those of you guys who are maybe dropping in on a VOD and saw the last one, saw that it ended in a cliffhanger, moral of the story, or I guess the end of the cliffhanger, is it was a huge, colossal waste of my time yesterday to have stopped. The folks who were here knew that I came back from break. I was telling Ann about it, and I said, "Oh, I'm really sorry, I got to go." I got a phone call, and it was the office of my apartment complex again, giving me an update. I guess I should back up for anybody who didn't catch the last VOD. I recommend you go back and enjoy it. We did some great stuff here on the farm. But as we were doing that, I got a knock on the door for the first time. It's very rare that we get walk-up stuff, particularly of any significance, but this happened to be one of the ladies I knew from my apartment complex staff, the office, kind of staff, leasing lady. And she said, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I know you work from home, but we've had a situation, and basically the roundabout is that while we were getting started in the stream, presumably some of the maintenance staff had been, going about their daily job. They walk around and ride around little golf carts, going from various apartments, doing cleanup stuff or whatever needs to be done. They're great. They noticed that an unfamiliar car was moving very slowly through the parking lot, and one or a couple of men, I'm not sure what, were walking kind of along beside it, and they happened to see one of them as he was kind of standing next to mine with his back to the door, and saw the arm go up behind his back, like he was going from car to car testing door handles to see if any of them were unlocked. Fortunately, my truck was locked. They weren't breaking into anything. It wasn't like Slim Jims or busted windows or anything like that, thankfully, because not that there's that much in my truck that they could have stolen, but I'm glad I didn't have to deal with that. But long and short was, that was the car where they had witnessed this activity, and they grabbed the plate of the car, and I don't know if they chased him off or what, but they reached out to the cops and found out from the license plate that the car that was moving through the lot was stolen. So not only, had they seen the suspicious activity, but it was a confirmed stolen car. So the police apparently were very interested, and the reason that they knocked on my door was to say, hey, if you're not going anywhere today, or you can avoid it, don't touch your door handles. The police may want to come and dust them for fingerprints. And okay, hey, I'm a good citizen, and you're a jerk if you're going around trying to make other people's lives worse. We've all been punk kids and all that kind of stuff, and done things we probably regret, but just just because you're a little bit tight or whatever, don't go around trying to take stuff from other people or just wreck stuff. Vandalism is the worst, I think. Just I'm angry, or I've got, I'm bored, I've got nothing better to do. I'm going to make something that somebody else has tried to make look nice or improved. I'm going to go and just smash it or knock it over or deface it or break it or whatever. That's just mean. So anyway, long and short was they had knocked on the door and told me all that, and I said, no worries, I don't have to take my truck anywhere. And that afternoon part of the story I'll fill in a little bit, but basically haven't touched it since, although now the wind is howling. You guys will probably hear that a little bit in the background. It is super windy out today, and I would imagine that to whatever extent they could have fingerprinted yesterday, just dust and all that blowing around has probably ruined a bit of that. But when Ant had raided, and I was kind of aware of this, the office called, and they said, hey, we're letting you know the police are on site now, and we gave them your cell phone number, that they'll, be in contact or whatever. But basically, hey, just, here's the deal. Well, I was like, oh, okay, they're on site. They're like driving around the parking lot. They've actually got a investigation unit or, whatever, the detective squad coming around and actually doing the fingerprinting. So, and I knew that's not necessarily immediate, but because they'd specifically talked about my truck in the report or whatever having been witnessed, I thought, oh, this may happen very quickly. Instead of continuing the stream with lots of interruptions, I would just wrap it up. And then there was nothing. I said there have been no calls, nothing, and that's not entirely unpredictable. If the case officers in a reported car theft or stolen property or whatever is on taking a statement, that does not mean that they either will have a resource or have an immediate resource to come and do things like fingerprinting or anything like that. The only time that I've run into that in my own life was years and years and years ago. I lived with a friend at a house on a cul-de-sac, and somebody in the early morning hours presumably had gone around the cul-de-sac. My buddy's car was open, and they got in and stole a bunch of stuff out of it. They had tried mine, and they got a couple other cars up and down the street. And in that case, as the neighbor, I think my buddy was one of the first ones that realized it, because he walked out and, his car was just all disheveled, and he's one of those people that has a bunch of stuff in his car all the time, and they'd gone through and gotten, gym stuff, and maybe, I don't think it was like a laptop or anything like that. Unfortunately, they weren't ripping out stereos or anything. It was just the open the door, look for any valuables inside, and go on to the next one. And they'd gone up and down the cul-de-sac. And because there were at least 2 cars that had items known stolen, and because they had so many cars that were there, they did come out. They sent somebody out that day, and they went and dusted for fingerprints on every single door handle of the deal. And in that one, even though it was like 2 years later, I think, at least a year, we actually each got letters in the mail that they had caught the people in an independent investigation or, whatever, but the fingerprints that they'd gotten from the investigation matched, and they were basically sending out a survey for damages, because as these people were getting, processed through the legal system, all of that value of stolen goods was taken into effect. I don't think that anybody ever got any kind of restitution or anything out of it, but they knew enough to be able to have closed that case going backwards. And that's a part of why you're being a good citizen. It's not, even though for me there was no negative effect. If they hadn't come and knocked on my door, I would have been completely ignorant. I would have gone out yesterday afternoon, got in my truck, drove away, and never had an inkling that anybody had tried it. And we live in an apartment complex. Things like this have happened in the past, and you're stupid if you don't be very careful about locking your car. People will go around and target apartment areas, especially because there's so many cars there. And frankly, even though people are out and about and all that, you don't know all your neighbors, and so you don't necessarily notice if people are moving. But I said I try to go out and say hi to neighbors and faces I recognize, and encourage that idea that, hey, I live here, do you? And get to know, oh, how long have you been here? That kind of stuff. You don't have to be buddies with everybody, but if you recognize a face and can give them a nod or a wave or a how's your day going kind of deal as they're moving about, it lets other people in the area know, hey, these people all kind of belong here. And what's more, when unknown faces are going through, it makes it more, intimidating for them to try to move it. And certainly, if you notice then that somebody's moving down a row of cars or something like that, that's very suspicious. But even more so, if you live in an apartment or anything like that, if you go up and say hello to somebody that you don't recognize and then they know at that point, I can't keep, now I've been recognized and I've been confronted, and you don't have to accuse them of a thing. Just, hey, how's it going? Did you move in? I don't recognize you. Are you a new person here? And, they may, oh, no, I'm visiting a friend or whatever. Fine. But at least they know they've been noticed and that there's some scrutiny. And they, one, can't just then go on and keep checking car handles they've got to just take off, right? And if they are then out some other weekend night or something looking to cause trouble or get rich at your expense, they're going to think, hey, the people in that area are kind of looking out for each other. And I got a little freaked out when somebody actually talked to me instead of just ignoring me. So keep all that in mind. And the moral of the story is, when these things do get reported to the police, I think we all know police have had some big PR problems. It's tougher for them, no matter what city or area you live in, to have a lot of resources and dedicated people working for them, and they're stretched a bit thin. So things like, hey, there's a 0 losses reported, but we've got a good license plate and a good description of a guy from other people, that doesn't mean that they're just going to drop everything and come out. I'm assuming, living in suburbia as I do, that there's like a county maybe, or not even, I doubt even in the city they have a dedicated CSI. I joked about that, CSI person or anything like that. They probably lean on the county sheriff's office for that. And if there's anything bigger going on, those resources have to go through it. If somebody's house had been broken into, that could be a massive hours or a day-long project to get it all checked for evidence or prints or anything like that. So this obviously falls low on the totem pole, and I didn't hear anything back. I don't know that they did anything, but I did end up, it was a disc golf night last night, and I ended up having to let my buddy know, hey, if you want to still do this, unfortunately, I need a ride. I got to tell the whole story, and I also, because one of my buddies that I've recently, given rides to or whatever, I said, just so you know, they may be dusting it, and, they may pull a print of yours off the passenger side of the door handles. Just be aware of that, in case they were ever to then go back and confirm anything. I didn't want anybody to be surprised by that. So the people I did know, I let know yesterday, hey, just so that nothing crazy happens to freak you guys out. But that's the wrap-up of the story. Again, Ant will get an update if he comes in asking. So sorry for anybody who hears that as a repeat, but, it's always fun through a chat to have it live. But for the rest of us, we are now just about to hit Noon Mountain, and that is when I said we were going to kick things off. So let's end this wonderful background music we've been listening to and get the game loaded up here and try to figure out what the heck it was we were doing last time we ended, because it was very distracted. We've got a steel pickaxe, and I think we just started watering, but we only got to like 6:30 a.m., so we didn't go very far. Unfortunately, I don't remember what our priorities were. It's Saturday. I do know that the next event on the calendar is going to be Willie's birthday, and I'm like angling to it. That's going to be on Wednesday, so we got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday will all be quiet, and then Sunday, the last day of summer, will be the Festival of the Moonlight Jellies, or the Lunaloos, as they're called by those of us who appreciate their migratory culture. Anyway, the Lunaloos will come to say hello. We're already covered for those. We've got a gold star catfish ready for Willie. He'll love that. So we don't have to do a lot of prep work there. But let's look. And we had made our first batch of pale ale, and then I accidentally sold them instead of giving one to Pam. So we'll try to rectify that. We've got 2 kegs. I've reloaded them. They're going to chug away and be ready for her. And as you can see, we've got 14 grand in cash right now, which is pretty good. Also, and animals. We'll talk about animals. So just a quick recap where we're at. We are almost up to level 10 farming. That will probably happen this week because we got lots more crops popping up regularly. So we should be able to select our artisan profession. Everything is already at level 5. That's pretty good. Mining and combat hanging back a little bit, but now that we have our steel axe, we can try to finish out these mines and then target a lot more coal and iron, really, so we can get our kegs going and everything else. Fishing we're doing very well at. We we'll probably get one more level, what with fall and trying to get the rest of the fish for our bundles. We should get one more before the fall festival, and that only helps us in the little fishing tent to get more tokens to go along with what we hope will be a good display, and buying a star drop and what is the other thing that's so good to get? There's the fedora, which whatever. I don't know. Something else is really important, I think. Not as important as start, but pretty important. So, yeah, lots of stuff to do there. Affection, we are doing pretty well. The wizard, it was our last, and we got him a heart recently, so he's doing good here. Recipes and all that. We haven't even really started looking at collections, and I'm not too worried about that yet. But good moment to look back. So tiger trout, that should be fall. Rivers, walleye, rainy days in the fall, in the evening or afternoon. I think it's pretty continuous. Sturgeon, I think, will begin to become available in the fall. We still need a cockle, ideally, but we may have to. I don't know. We may have to look to a crab pot to speed that up. If we're starting to wrap up the other bundles, that could be worthwhile. We have a sardine. We need to drop that off. We do have a wood skip now, but we haven't caught the others of these yet, so we'll have to keep plugging away at those. But there you have it. I don't think we're the only thing. I'm not 100%, but I'm very confident that we can catch at least in fall is tiger trout. So we've still got that one to go. Maybe we'll do a little bit of fishing, but this is the time of year when it is too advantageous to be down in the mines getting resources to spend a lot of time fishing. But I will maybe try to hit the rivers just to be careful. We've got Dorado and rainbow trout, neither of which have we caught yet in the fall, even though they're not in bundles. So there is stuff to do. Okay, beautiful sunny day tomorrow, and this was the fortune, and mildly perturbed, so that'll be a good day for the mines. We had whatever this letter was, fried mushroom. It was Dimitri's birthday, and despite an awkward conversation with his daughter and a very bad response that I'd never tried before, don't talk about Dimitri's being weird to his daughter. It doesn't go well. Not at all. Now Demetrius would like a melon, though. We certainly have one for him. That will help us out. And now our pickles are, or our preserve jars are unified. So we can get those back in sync. And like I said, Pam will just have to wait a day or two until we get our next next pale ale, and then we'll have to try to do better about not throwing it in the bin with everything else. Okay, let's quickly knock out the watering, and then we will be off to get a pickaxe, take a melon to Demetrius, and probably go up to the mine since it's not a particularly good luck day. Maybe we'll try to get the rainbow trout. We've got the fishing rod now. The other thing we didn't even really talk about yet, but that is something that I think we were planning on doing today. We're going to build a chicken coop today. We should have plenty of resources, and Robin should be available. Our money is no longer an issue, so we're going to try to crank out as much of the animal buildings as we can. And we're not going to get up through pigs, I don't think, to the point where we would have mature pigs at the end of fall to get a truffle. So the wandering merchant, some of that kind of stuff would need to be happening for us to get the full bundle done. But we did get the red cabbage, and I think shortly we will be in good enough shape that we don't have to worry too much about it. But one thing I'm going to do this time that I normally don't do, I think I'll probably leave off on the animal purchasing, at least until we have the coop upgraded. The cows, the cheese is such a benefit to start stacking up that I might, as soon as I have that, I may buy chickens and cows, and we'll see how that stacks with Marnie's availability. Although, if it's Saturday now, Robin would probably be finished with the coop on Monday, and we could start her, if everything works out and there's no misses, which I'm good at, or unforeseen complications, we could then start her on Monday, get the pickles. I think I'm going to hang on to, let's make a double jelly, and we'll have one of those for the artisan bundle, but I think we can sell all these. Oh, I thought those were melons for a second. All right, we do need one melon that we're not going to sell. We're going to take all of this stuff to our bin. We're going to drop this off. Plop. We are going to take this and this up. But now we need to... Oh, I just put that axe away. Dang it. We got to clear the spot, right? Before we go see Robin. So let's do that. And I guess if we're going to waste all this time, let's do it right. It's not a waste. It's very important work. Alright, that should easily get us through this little bit. And we'll at least get this little bit of hay back here. So Coop is going to drop in right along that side of the greenhouse. Sword, not that. Spot for the axe. Put that away. We certainly don't need extra wood. That won't be a waste of a stack. Alright, everything else gets sold. And there wasn't any crazy seed Pierre purchases or anything like that today, I don't think. with 14 grand. Don't sell the wood. Don't sell the melon. Everything else. We'll just take that, and that should help our farming a little more. Alright. Red mullet, Alex. Might have one of those, but I think tomorrow would have to be the day, because we've got lots of stuff left to do. I'm here to collect Clint's business tax. Okay. Click, so he must have gotten to level 5, I think? Check that. Yeah, 5 at level 5. 4 at level 5? Huh. I guess we can... 4 people, 5 hearts. Alright. That seems like an arbitrary random thing. It's a networking that's like 10 at 5 hearts. Steel pickaxe from Clint. Alright, thanks, Clint. We really were looking forward to that. Now, without further ado, off to Robbins and the lake. I'm going to leave it. I was very tempted there to go and get the 3rd level backpack. Because on a day like today, it would help. We could do a little bit more fishing and clean up a bit more inventory and then still go hit the mines. But we need so much money. It is in a beautiful area. Alright, I don't have a gift for you, but from you, 4 grand. I thought that was 2, so we're already getting more expensive. And not too much wood or stone. And let's just hope it fits in our little space. So it can sit right along here. That'll give it a nice front yard, and that grass can continue to spread up while we're waiting on the chickens. And boom. Alright, so like I said, hopefully Monday we can turn it around and get her started on the 1st level of barn. Yeah, here you go. Where is your dad, though? Oh, we gotta go all the way back. We know where he'll be, but... So now we're down to 10 grand. Could have still gotten that, but that would have been cutting it very fine. This is perfect. It's just what I need for my research. It's going to be hard not to eat it. Thanks so much. Yeah. Cool. Oh, sorry. I was pondering some data and didn't notice either. No? Anything? No. I'm just, thanks again for the mushrooms. Those are a big help. 550 there. That's a good one to finish. And red mullet for Alex. Maybe if I've got one sitting there, we can just pop this back through. Although he'll be down at the hamburger stand probably. Let's save that for tomorrow. We'll drop off the spiceberry and the lumber. And I guess the stones, just in case somehow death were to find us, we could move on. So we'll still waste a bit. Oh, purple mushroom. All right, I don't feel bad about that. We've done very well here. There's always been, I think, at least 2 non-common mushrooms. And this is even on a worse luck day. So no regrets about that spent time. Now we'll go up to the mountain lake, try to drop our line a few times, hopefully get a rainbow trout, and then try to go get some more coal and iron and clay and grapes. Spice berries. No, Linus may be up by the spa today. Alright, well, here we go. Come on, rainbow trout. Don't be difficult. I don't want to waste too much time here. Come on. It's not a carp. Yeah. Hey. It's not too bad. Gold star, largemouth. Alright. You've got me interested, Mountain Lake. Of course, I have no idea when the rainbow trout. Oh my god! Let's fish for a minute. Who needs mining? I didn't even know sturgeon were available. Wow, this changes. Well, it doesn't change anything too immediately, but opens up our fish ponds. Sorry, I was mid-coffee and I couldn't move my hand to get my mic back down, so that was quiet sturgeon, but I was silently thinking, oh, come on, don't lose him, don't lose him. Ooh. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get this one. Now we're recovering at least. This is the tough bit. We almost lose it all. Come on. We go right back up again this time. All right. Oh. There we go. So good. One more, just in case. I don't know their times, so we may well have fished ourselves out of productivity, but I think at least the largemouth keep going. And I'm wondering, just from this, I always thought that carp were ever present in the lake, but I don't think we've seen one yet, so... Well, not the day I had expected, but... too good not to take advantage of. But sadly, I don't think we're going to get much of anything back money-wise out of this because I'm not selling a single one of those sturgeons. We'll put the one in the bundle. Oh, there's a carp. It's confirmation bias that our carp belief was correct. They're always there. Bullheads actually we will sell though. Those will be good money. Oh man, I dealt with that first little dip. I thought I was gonna get perfect. Oh well, it's all good. So yeah, surprise sturgeon first Saturday out. Some nice alliteration there too. But I want to kind of hang out past 11. It may get a little bit late. We may have to be nomming on more hops tomorrow. But there's... And again, this may be messing with myself too. I think we are now eligible for the midnight variety, right? I just don't know if it's seasonal. So we shall see. See if we got a season or not. But the fishing is good. It's a beautiful summer evening. Unlike real spring day here in Colorado, where we are under a red flag wind warning. And it seems well warranted because it has been rattling the windows and all that since about an hour and a half now, where it was just like, oh my goodness, all right, I guess it's windy now. And at first I thought it was just going to be like a front blowing through. But no, it apparently is going to go all night tonight. And tomorrow it's supposed to get back to just breezy. Come on, be it. Nope. All right. Well, we'll try again once we have mine carts. We won't have to worry about this as much either. But very good fishing. 3 sturgeons. That's a bundle and 2 fish ponds already loaded up for caviar when we get to it. And we may not get to building those. Probably, if we already know that we're ready for them and can start making big money, it may well be later in the fall when we do that. Oh, there we go. We're ready for Pam. So we're not going to sell these before I even get back over to the bin. I'm just going to put them in here for now where they're safe and sound. Good, good, good. Those are all iridium. Oh my gosh, guys. Okay. Yeah. Let's do now. Part of this is going to be a bit of a progression. So we're definitely going to keep those two. Not necessarily for the fair, but obviously the one bundle. I don't know. Well, I still think we want rainbow trout, right? We've got this mullet. We'll give that to Alex. Let's keep one iridium bullhead, and that's our wood skip. Not we can't confuse the bullheads there; they're a little close, but that's going in a bundle. The sardine is going in a bundle, and that's going in a bundle. I think those are the only outstanding fish we have left, but those should finish ocean, lake, and then give us our first of our specialty fish. But all of that should be very good to sell. I'll go ahead and sell the grape. We've got a couple. I'll just dump that in here for now. And try to call it good. And you know what? Let's sell one of those too, because why not? Ruby Penny, I think, likes the rubies, and we've got a couple of them. That's why I was like, I know we already have at least one. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Alright, too bad. So tomorrow, Pam gets pale ale, and Alex gets red mullet, and look at that money pouring in. That's our coop and then some. Our coop and almost a chicken paid for in the day we bought it. Quick look. Honey and pickled hops, obviously not too good, and these will vary based on what you pickle. So, I would guess, just saying it there, if we put in a pickled amaranth next season, that would get more than 100, I would guess. But yeah, as usual, the poppy honey, per is about as good as it gets, and having the bulk of the tomatoes was very good, both gold and diamond quality. Very good there. And then our fish, 187, so good, not mind-bogglingly good on the bullheads, but almost $1,000 right there, just out of those iridium stars. And we'll kind of try to push an iridium starred quality fish now all the way up through the fair, so that whatever the best fish we've gotten at iridium quality will go in the bin. Cool. Awesome little start to our day here. Can't wait to see where we go next. We'll have Robin on site to kind of keep us company. That'll be nice. First day she's done any... Oh, no, she built the silo, but she was so far over in the corner we didn't even really know she was there. Sunny again tomorrow. Very happy. All right, that may be a deep run in the mine. And then Maki roll. I think we already... Oh, no, we didn't know how to cook it. Awesome. That is something we need for the bulletin board. And we got a shell. Go ahead and grab this. We still aren't... Oh. All right, let's be farmers for a minute. Hot peppers, very good, and sunflowers. And because it's a very lucky day, I'm thinking we're going to get a good return on seeds. And this is what I was talking about here. I don't know how regularly the tomatoes are going to come up, but we keep grabbing that one off cycle. See, so we got 2 extra seeds. Just because it was a good luck day. If it's a bad luck day, you'll usually end up being 1 or 2 short of what you need. And because these go into fall, I'll just go ahead and replant that field, and then we'll save the rest for the future. I don't have the watering can on me yet. Oops. But more poppy honey and more, before we go too far, more coffee beans. Oh, I love this bit when the farm is beginning to transform. We're season and 3/4 in, and kind of going from just bare subsistence to, all right, now we're transforming and we're seeing the path through to the future, and it's a bright looking future. I think we're gonna have to set up a seed box pretty quickly, just so we don't get overwhelmed. We'll drop those off in the flowers. We got the 1 good tomato, and we want to stock those up. So Again, with a sprinkler, there's a full field. Even without it or beyond, we've got an additional batch of coffee getting ready for next spring. And we have all those strawberries. Also, we right at the end of the episode, we got a seed maker, right? That was our level 9 farming, last level up we got. So we will be ready to start converting those strawberry seeds whenever we need to. And here, we keep all the base ones, and let's keep 4 of the gold star. Haley in particular likes those, and that was what I talked about. Now that we've got her, one of her favorite gifts, we can start hitting her again and at least get up to the point of a flower bouquet and being ready to buy the mermaid pendant, even if we're not going to give it to her. Getting her to that point is good. So, hang on. So we need to do that. Hi, it's AT&T. This is a text I just got while I was trying to talk to you guys. It's AT&T. This Mother's Day, say thanks to your mom to the mom in your life. Moms do it all, so we've got deals to make their life just a little bit easier. First of all, absolutely, and I was like, oh, that's so nice. AT&T just, reminding everybody, hey, if you haven't already, don't forget it's your mom's Mother's Day on Sunday. So don't forget. Then they're like, oh, yeah, what you should really do is buy your mom the most expensive and fancy phone that we got. That's what she needs more than anything else to complete her life and make her a better person. So spend a lot of money with us. Gotta do it. All right, no. We don't want to do that. We do want to do that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. That, we can put that there. I mean, technically, it could go in the forage box, but we can't forget to water. And then we want to get this mullet for Alex, this pale ale for Pam, and get our watering done. As you can see, our energy is a little low because we fished late hoping for a midnight fish, but not found yet. So maybe next time. And here we are in the middle of the weekend in Stardew. And I'd maybe like to do a bit more socializing. I think we'll grab one of those sunflowers and take it to Haley just because we've kind of neglected her ever since the dance, and that was about a month ago now. We talked to her. We saved a bracelet for her. Opened a pickle jar, I think, but, don't want her to go thinking we've completely forgotten who she is. And we're gonna need to decide, maybe something will inspire us. For folks who don't know, my go-to wife in Stardew is Meru. She's absolutely adorable, and I think she's got so much to offer. She talks about stuff she's doing, big things in her own life, right? I mean, she intergalactic creations, right? She's amazing. But when you're just talking, she's the one that's like, oh, do you have any farm stories for me? Oh, and, she wasn't impressed last time, but I think that's kind of playful, right? It's like Haley's plastic shoes. I think she's joking. That's her way of showing affection, but she's kind and well-hearted for Penny, who, doesn't seem to share her same drive and enthusiasm about the universe, but does seem to appreciate having a good true friend. She's productive and helpful with Harvey, taking care of the community, and she gives awesome spouse gifts. Which other wife is going to just be like, hey, want to have a bomb? Here, I made you one. Enjoy. That's fantastic. Not that the others don't give good gifts, but again, there's 3 I don't know at all. until I'd really settled into a strawberry and eventually diamond-focused Meru lifestyle, I have married Haley. She does a lot of animal care, but crop care. She'll do watering and crop stuff, but she sadly continues to try to do that even when I've got 100% coverage of sprinklers and the animals are all auto-fed. And it's like, I don't know how to tell you, dear. You just stop, right? They've already got all the food they need. I think it all goes to the cow riding incident. She discovered that animals, no matter if it's a guinea pig or I don't know if fish in a tank exactly do it, but dogs and cats, or if you have larger barn animals that are, I'd say like a part of a family farm. I don't know if you've got 100,000 chickens in a bunch of chicken. Oh, Pam, hey, you're one of the ladies I want to talk to. Give me that. Stuff. It's real nice and hoppy. Notes of citrus and pine, but with a robust body to keep it grounded. I've kind of grown into pale ales a little more. They were such a huge trend a while back, and everybody was like, what we need are more hops and IBU, like how bitter can we make this with IBUs? And they're nice, bang for your buck, especially if you're going to like a brewery or something like that where you have, lots of different handcrafted ales and stouts and all that kind of stuff. If you're looking to have, hey, party night, I want to kind of, kick loose and feel the alcohol of it a bit, pale ales are the way to go, because usually they aren't priced differently, and you might be getting a 6, 7 ABV alcohol by volume, as opposed to like a pilsner maybe down 3 to 4, right? And most microbrews and stuff are going to sit in that upper 4 to low 6 range, but IPAs definitely pop off the top, or an NEPA, New England Pale Ale, or an APA, an American Pale Ale. There have been lots of varieties. Fortunately now Fad Brewing is kind of onto sours and fruits and stuff again like that, and it's kind of moved past, which I appreciate, because it's like, that means that the ones that have a good recipe or are refining it are not just trying to make it hoppier and more potent, but improve it, make it taste good and an enjoyable beer. And I appreciate when it's not just constantly outdo each other and new flash in the pans and everybody's got to try it. And I want that kind of frantic outdo one another to be in sours, which I don't even understand or appreciate too much. So, but I don't know about pine flavor in a pale ale. Citrus, sure, a little bit of that. The pine is odd, but anyway, I'm glad Pam got it. I could count. This means a lot to me. I knew I could count on you. Well, I'm sorry it got delayed an extra couple days. Yeah, I think so. I mean, not. Oh, well, awesome. That's cool. All right, take care. I got to go see Alex with this fish. If I can find. Oh, he's going to be down at the hamburger stand. And Haley may be there, too. Although she may still be at the beach. Now, I, of course, am not carrying the fishing rod today, because that would be too efficient. Oh, they're both down at the beach. Ooh. Hey, there's Alex. Alex, mullet. Ooh, this is a red mullet I requested. I really appreciate it. No problem. Let's see. Here's what I owe you. I got these new shoes. All right. Yeah, look, dude. We talked about your poop shoes. You could just keep that pair, and any time that you're going to be out walking around where there might be poop, go. 600, almost 600 G out of that. Those two. You know what? He and Dusty, the dog. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good forage item. Hey, Haley. Oh my God, this is my favorite thing. I know. Haley's not actually that weird. I guess we have more in common than I used to think. I know. Your secret is safe with me. But I'm glad. She's already told us that they had a nice evening of chatting together one day. Since we're down here, let's go check to see if we can get any more gold star foragey stuff. We'll hang on, like I said, we'll hang on to this. I think we're at the money point now where, unless we find anything to beat it, Chanterelle may be neck and neck if we get a gold star of those. Oh, I don't think I have much to give you, but we'll talk at least. Okay. Yeah, she's still lagging. So Leah, Penny, and Abigail are the 3 that I have not ever married. And honestly, I don't know how I want to play that out. Let's just give a little peek here again. Willie and the jellies. That's it. No new quests here. Oh, we got Evelyn. I wish if I dropped the 10 grand, we would have more chance to carry around like flowers and all that. But I'm so far ahead of myself. I'm thinking like, oh, I wish I had gifts. Usually that's fall into winter that I'm even considering that. So let's just keep it rolling. All right. You go away. You 3, 4 go in there. And now we're going to be off to the mines. Anything else we are forgetting to do or need to do? Back to our 2 basic deals, and we might... I don't think we've got enough time to really get down there. But we'll probably get another... Oh, yes. Something that I always forget to do. Now, if we find big clusters of gold ore, we can just blast them and not have to waste as much time between. Because even with a steel axe, the gold will still take 2 or 3 swings, so moving quickly will be at a premium. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see bubbles, since we don't have the fishing rod after having fished here with no bubbles yesterday. Never mind. Let's go. We got 30 levels. Already looking good with the magma geode? Is that what they are? Yeah. You know what would have been helpful? Quick ladder. Maybe we should... Geodes. Oh, there you are. I got 2 of them. When you're kind of teasing around with the bats, one thing that I try to keep in mind at least is put them over the floor like this, not the sand. I call it sand. I don't know. The stuff you can hoe where there's sometimes duggies down the bottom. Because I don't think they'll ever give you a ladder in the sand, but they may when you're popping around. I don't know, I'm looking for ladders here. We already got them. Now let's go for the goodies. Take more torches. I guess I should hit the one-shot gray rocks too for the coal if we can get it. We'll get a little batch here. Grab that if we can hit it, and let's eat while we're here. I don't like that our health is already down. And here we'll defer to full health and just kind of see how, if we ever run out of energy, we'll eat up, but more often than not, it's going to be the threat of death and damage that could get us in trouble. Hey, there we go. Alright, now we are cruising. Ooh, so first oddly named squid. Oh, ah. They are really easy to get, but get you from range with those fireballs. All right, good level. This. Ooh, okay. Nothing there. I'll leave the spirit guy down there. Alright, that's floor. There we go. Good. So, what in the wide world of sports do we have going on today? Oh, I was already... Okay. With him out of the way, we can now be a little more confident in taking on some of these other guys. Oh. Don't like being surrounded by you. Oh, and there's our exit. Dude, stop your crazy little bounciness. So our gold that we're going for, we're eventually going to want tool upgrades. Those are all 10 grand now. So we won't just be able to carelessly conduct them. But they... Oh, wow. I don't know what it was. What are we not going to carelessly do? Can't remember. Oh, wait, I got hit by my bomb and the bat didn't seem to be adversely affected. Alright, we'll leave the 1 gold we did. Get 60 gold. Alright. You... Wait, how did I get in here? Did you run away from me? You got your mushrooms to get. Oh, it is late. And this would cost us like 1,600. $12.10. Oh no. What am I doing to myself? I really wanted this before I even knew it was mushrooms. Alright, we'll leave this gold. There's not enough time to try to get out of here. Not even getting these torches. We don't need them that bad. This is the tough one. Come on, give me something. That? No, that. Get these last 2. It's all I can really afford to try, I think. Dang it. Would have loved a quick ladder there late at night, but we got to it. So hopefully that was 9 levels down from where we'd started. And we didn't start until like 3 in the afternoon. We may not make it home to bed, but we got a lot of goodies. 60 pieces of gold and at least a dozen coal. I think we picked up a few extra, but the 2 mine carts will help us. We'll be on to the farm, but I don't know. Don't know that we're going to make it. Use the path speed. Go. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Whoo! Skin of our teeth. All right, we got a bomb. That is awesome. And we're not going to be crafting those anytime soon, but in fact, I really don't craft much. Depending on our various money levels, the dwarf will be our big source on those. Speaking of which, I think we... Oh, look at that. Level 7 foraging. I think that was just mainly from the mushrooms, right? Did we get a spice berry or something while we were running around? Oh, we got the stuff down at the beach, too. So it was a pretty good forage day. 7 is very good. Is it maybe the next one that gets us another wild berry? So that'll be good. Whenever we get to it, that'll be good for fall. Big day of farming, huh? No fishing, obviously, and we didn't get any chance to try to process through what we brought back with us, but sunflowers, definitely a good crop. We got more of those going, and of course we won't really need to load up on gold star sunflowers excessively. In the years that come, we'll kind of always have a field of them going, so we'll have a trickle. And in the times when I have married Haley, you have a steady enough supply of gold stars to be able to take care of her needs without being short, but great money as well. And everything else doing very good. Double poppy honey. I think that was our first day of having 2 of those ready at the same time. So there we go. Would have been another coop. Now, today, we have... I think this may be the day to... Very happy day. Good. So maybe the day to go get more from Robin. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're still unloading. I don't know that we... Yeah, we do. Get rid of all those. Check the mail over here. All right, Haley really liked that first sunflower because now we can get her a bouquet. Pierre sells those, and you can give the bouquets to all dozen dateable people, and can get all of the cutscenes before you select a spouse. And that's a fun thing to do. I don't know. I'm not in a huge rush in our first playthrough on the channel. Oh, man. Our first playthrough on the channel, we kind of did the rush to get kids in terms of Grandpa Year 3. We've seen that, and while I won't ignore that stuff intentionally, I do reserve the right, I guess, to kind of play it by ear as we go throughout this run. Are we feeling like, oh, we got up to 21 pieces of coal. That's pretty good. At some point, we'll put around torches. All that can go away. This is going down to Gunther, and that is the last of our dwarf scrolls. So with a cherry bomb and that in place, we'll be able to go chat with the dwarf and start building up his friendship too. Alright, we need the water can while we're here. And now we can get back to our blueberries. And look at all the rest of this foragey goodness coming from our tappers. We got pine resin, oak. We've got maple syrup and pine tar, no oak resin. And still our remaining trees have yet to grow up. But we may be getting close to more taps up behind the coop now. See if more of those oak trees have grown. Although I don't know if we have bars enough for those. Let's do our harvest here, and then we'll see what we can start cooking, what we have available. Certainly more tappers as they're needed, and more kegs, I think, are quick, good options. And we can maybe sit on the maple syrup for just a bit, and then have batches of beehives ready to go at the beginning of fall, so that they'll catch up as soon as the fairy roses are grown. Alright, that's the foragey stuff, and then we want to make sure we put away extra blueberries and extra peppers. That's 100 plates of pepper poppers when we get to them. And a bunch more stuff for cash, too. So, let's keep adding to the funds. Go. And now we got to do our chores. And I didn't notice. Oh, she's still working. All right, never mind. So that is gonna slow up our building, because instead of getting this done tomorrow, when she is done, presumably, both she and Marnie will be at exercise class, and neither of their businesses will be open. So we will not be able to get either chickens or a barn started, and we'll have to do that on Willie's birthday instead. But that may give us more time, because I think we'll have to do some significant tree chopping coming up here. We had a full stack when we got the coop, and while neither of those first two buildings take ridiculous amounts of wood, they're significant. And if we're making... Oh, I never did start bars, did I? Shoot. If we're making... processing machines, right? Kegs and preserve jars and whatever else. That's going to keep using our wood and all that too. So it may be a forage day tomorrow. Question is, on a Monday like this, do we want to fish for Dorado? And I don't know, potentially other stuff down near Cindersnap. We haven't been into Cindersnap in a while either. We could go check that for forage. On the good luck, it would be likely to be higher produce, or higher quality. Look at our fall trees are already at stage 2. We should get about half a season of apples and pomegranates. And then at some time in the fall, we can plant our spring trees and get them going. So before 11 with a huge harvest. Oh, and we got more hoppy goodness. Let's take that and that. We definitely want to take that over to Gunther. I think I'm just going to keep... I know it's kind of our food supply too, but I think with 100 plus hops and more by the end, we'll be good to go there. Alright, so Dwarf, which maybe we go visit him later tonight. I don't know, we could get more mining. It's not really going to clear a quest item out of our journal, because we'll get the skull key and not know what that's good for, and then be stuck waiting to figure that out. So, yeah. New quest here, though. Jade for Evelyn. Evelyn, we got you. Although, we don't have a fairy rose for you. Hey, Liz. Gardening is a hobby of mine, so I'm excited for this warm weather. Well, awesome. Happy hobbying. Oh, I haven't talked to Elliot in a long time either. Alright, important task of the day. There we go. 4th of the Dwarf Scrolls, and that does get us the reward, which will be the translation guide. Oop, and a few others we hadn't held on to yet. This is our first rare crow, so it's good to have. Kind of exciting. And of course we got a large futon bear to hang out with us in the cabin. It'll be a fun friend. There's Alex. Nothing. I'm not burnt. Yeah. Well, I hope I'll still know you, man. Why you gotta make it a past tense deal? You just gonna not ever come back from Zuzu City when you become your spot on the tunnelers? Oh, I hope my chickens aren't too upset when you take their eggs. Well, I hope you got a couple little baby chicks ready to go in a little box or something that I can pick from. I'm gonna want the. Ooh, speaking of fun with cows, Haley. Here we go. She wasn't too busy with her camera to notice us this time, huh? Hey, Haley? Yeah, see me coming up through that viewfinder? Lighting is so nice right now. I had to come out and take some nature shots. Haley, it's like the middle of the day. It's the worst time for photography. You're not good, are you, Haley? I've been trying to connect with the outdoors a little more. Well, that's cool. I want to know what it's like being a farmer. It's a way of life I've never really thought about. Ooh. And I mean, that's all. She gets a little bit of blush. Yeah, all right. I know what you're thinking. And to her credit, and this is why I've often ended up with Haley, because I think, for that first week when you have to kind of get her up to 2 hearts, she seems very, very materialistic and into herself and all that. But if you're giving it, a very loose timeline kind of thing, who among us, when we're in our adolescent years and kind of growing up before we've really become adult, who isn't self-centered, who isn't a little bit materialist? How often can all of us, no matter how well-meaning our parents were about teaching us the value of a dollar and why you don't just go buy junk with what money you do have, but you try to buy good things and take care of them. At least that's how my parents were, and they definitely. As a littler kid, you hated it. They would say, no, we're not buying that. I remember one time, it was like I don't know if it was Cub Scouts or something like that, but we went to the circus as very little kids. And, I think we'd probably been to the circus before. Probably my grandparents took us, but this was like a parents' deal. And, it's a circus, trapeze and all that back in the day when that was still, I mean, it wasn't like in the 20s when trains brought the circus to town or anything like this. This was at an arena or whatever. But, it was a circus that had elephants and lions and motorcycle in the cage and the trapeze and all that. But I remember the vendors were walking around and they're selling like cheap plastic crap toys, right? And a couple of the other kids were like, oh, we got these. And I'm just, almost in tears with my dad, like, please, please, please. And, at the time, it was some astronomical amount of money for one of those things. I don't know that it was $5 or something like that, but, and this is like a glow-up, light-up plastic sword, the kind that are designed to last until you get in the car on the way home, and then they just absolutely collapse, right? Or crumble or whatever. And I remember my dad being like, no, we're, I could tell, even as young as I was at that time, it hurt him to try to have to say no when he knew that some of the other kids in the group's parents or whoever were like, yeah, here you go, have this one, and he was like, look, if you get that, you're not getting, and it was something else. I don't know if he said that'll be one of your birthday gifts or whatever, and trying to make me appreciate that. Look, this is very momentary, and you're getting caught up in the frenzy of it. But we can't do all those things and then do the well thought out, birthday gifts and Christmas and that kind of stuff too. And, this won't last, and you probably won't, you'll decide you really didn't want that badly once you get out of this, darkened stadium and there's not a vendor in your face. And it was you were young enough. It was kind of one of the first times that there's, vendors going among stands and that kind of stuff. And I still remember that lesson to my day. So thanks to Dad, but both my parents for being very, very much teaching you about the value of how things come. But even as a teenager, you get jealous, right? Like, oh, somebody's got that really cool thing, and I can't have that, no matter what it is, unless you're, I don't know that Elon Musk has kids, but I think Gates did, right? But unless you're one of the elite children, where your parents truly can be like, you want it, you got it. Oh yeah, your friend got an island for their birthday, you get an island. Like there aren't many people where there's not something else out there that you just can't have. And for those people, the lesson usually is, even if you got all that stuff, you know, you may lose a parent to a disease or something like that. There's always something you can't have. It's part of growing up. It's part of becoming an adult. But for Haley, she really, her arc and what makes her appealing is that she grows out of that very quickly. And here she is, fun and lighthearted still, and enjoying her photography, which, while I tease her for this cutscene being in the middle of the day, which is a bad time for photography. You'll notice that if you take pictures of your friends while you're on a trip, right? You're out in the middle of the day and sitting there, the faces get washed out a little bit, colors aren't as bright, everybody's squinting. Hours approaching sunrise and sunset, or following sunrise and approaching sunset, are much better because that air is getting, or the light is getting softened going through more of the atmosphere. Anyway, she's thinking this farming thing may not be too bad, and her story continues with that. When I have married her, she actually gets involved in the farming part of the life. Meru, not so much. She stays busy with her things, and talks, her dialogues talk about how she's winterizing the house and some of that kind of stuff. But she's not hands-on farmer. Haley, one of the people you would least expect it, becomes involved to whatever degree the game can manage it in your farm operations, and that's so cool. It's one of the reasons I love this game. I think it's so cool that they took the time to put that into the characters as they build up. Great stuff. Let me know, if you guys in the comments or whatever find that in other characters that maybe I haven't seen yet, but how do their story arcs involve, and how does that impact if you settle down with them in their lives? Although, if it's Abigail, Penny, or Leah, don't go too heavy, because any one of those three may be coming up in this playthrough in the next year. So I'll just set it shoot on a timer. Awesome. All right, here we go. I like how she changed clothes. Like, definitely Haley still being Haley. Oh, hang on a second. I've just got this wardrobe here in my backpack, and let me just use Marnie's house real quick to get changed before we go hang out with the cows, and I inevitably get bucked off. It looks very much like a baby cow. And yeah, here it comes. Wait for the gross. The gross. Face down in cow poop. Yeah, that says it. And she realizes another part of growing up. Hey, just because something's kind of gross or unpleasant doesn't mean that you will die if it, get over it. Parents, if you haven't learned it by the time you have a kid, I don't know. I've been an uncle. I've done my share of diapers and all that. You get over it pretty quick. Kids can't help themselves, and whatever it is. I personally learned it when I, as a cross-country runner in high school, was a volunteer to work at the Twin Cities Marathon in Minnesota. At the finish line, as the runners come staggering in at the end of their marathon, and all that glory of the Ironman and all that, or in the Olympics, you see people coming across, and the winners are taking the tape, and they're all doing awesome, and you're seeing those like professional athletes. There's a lot of people for whom just getting finished is a big deal. I love presents. Thank you. You're welcome. Evelyn wants Jade. There's nothing really for us with Marnie. I don't think you would want the sweet pea. I think we're just here to fish if we can see bubbles, and then go into Cinder Snap while we're down here, right? Am I forgetting anything already after talking about Haley's character development? Dorado or rainbow trout, and maybe after I said that I thought sturgeon was just fall and winter. That's pike. We already had one of those. But maybe tiger trout in the summer. Okay. No, not going so good. Listen. Okay, this could be a Dorado, maybe. Dang it. Stop not being the fish I want. Okay, look. Glad we're not in the mines, though. Back-to-back super happy days means one of them isn't going to be quite as happy. I think this is the not quite as happy. Rainbow trout. Alright, that's one of the two. Ooh, this is different. It could be a pike. Well, maybe that's a Dorado. Or chub. Come on, chub. The other day we were talking about the clouds and not being able to see the sky. Do kind of wish that in the summer you would occasionally get a shadow of a hot air balloon, because that's what Sam says. When you see them out over the ocean, you know it's summertime. Not bad. 2 emeralds, 2 chunks of gold, and we've got a lot more iridium fish quality there. Come on, Dorado. Give me a shot. I don't think if we get to the end of the day here, since we've got the rest of the week to play around with, I'll maybe check its hours in the wiki between days. In fact, it would be much easier if we just caught one. Then I don't have to worry about it. Come on. Oh. Be a Dorado. It's chub. Chub. I'm trying to look this up on the wiki while I'm fishing. Be a Dorado. They're one of those that I only catch like once every playthrough, so I don't even know how to recognize their pattern. Ooh, this could be pike. Ooh, now it's moving though. This could be a Dorado, maybe. Maybe be a Dorado. Dang it! 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., summer, any weather, Forest River. Oh, dang it. That could have been it, too. Shoot. And I was holding my phone in one hand, finishing up looking. Maybe, though. While I don't know that I can quite justify. We'll see how this fishing comes out. We should go until 7. If they're available or possible until 7, let's fish until 7. What I was going to say is, while 10 grand still seems pretty excessive, and I don't know that I can fully justify the 36 pack quite yet. Very soon, but we can get around with 2 without limiting ourselves too badly and just, making decisions when we have to. But it may be time to get the iridium fishing rod, so that then we can use bait and... Is that a new one? That is a new one. Nice. And tackle, and make what fishing we do that much more efficient now that we've got to it. And that's one of those deals where yeah, the big backpack is really nice, and yes, you can, mine trips and all that. It's pretty good, but usually at this point, until we're fully automated, all you're really doing with the amount of time you have is just decide, yeah, I've got to go through and manage sap and slimes or something, and dump out some of that stuff to make sure that I get all the various gems and things. But it's very rare that you're losing truly good stuff. Speaking of bait, we definitely want that. Okay, and like I said, we can deal with slime, and if we have to, we can ditch the one extra sweet pea that's got no quality. Oh, we sell all these fiddleheads, don't we? Fiddlehead does beat sweet pea. So, fiddlehead it is. And I kind of don't mind having to make some of these decisions. It certainly isn't playing itself out here, but sometimes I feel like the times when you may be more likely to get the very rare drops, such as an ancient seed, or I don't know that you could ever get them here. I don't think I ever have in Cindersnat, but slimes can occasionally drop prismatics and things like that, and at least to me, it always seems like those don't very often just show up in your inventory. Usually it's like, oh, you got to make sure you don't run away from that while it's sitting on the ground, because you've got a bunch of, 2 pieces of wood in your inventory from some old crate that anybody would throw away to take an ancient seed. But oh well. All right, what do we got now? You. Oh, we should finally cook something. We have 1 copper. Let's do... this first. I know. What? What are you doing, dude? You don't have that much inventory. But now we can do these. here. I don't think anybody here is better. Anything we've got, I'll check those at least. That can definitely go. And I don't even know if I have a sunfish anymore. Yeah, that went into the bundle. So let's just keep a variety of what we do have. And then over here we've got that and that. We do already have 2 gold stars. I don't know if we need to hold that. We've got 11 and then 2 gold. I'm assuming somebody out there probably would like those. I don't know who that would be though. So, whatever. The star will take down in good time, although now it's a little tougher. And I think for the moment, because we've only got 1 and this chest is still pretty empty, we'll stash that. Let's put our buddy out here. 1040. Now, what more can we do? Looks great, Robin. I'm guessing tomorrow. That's the deal here. Is we'll never have quality out of this cave. We'll get lots of variety. We can use them for cooking and recipes and all that, but not too much. We won't have copper to be able to make that, but we are ready for 1 more tapper. And I think, unless something too good to pass up comes along, we will be looking for a copper level run to the mines tomorrow. Alright. We'll sell 1, because I don't think this is a very heavy money day. I don't think we had huge crop sales or anything, did we? So, now that it's almost midnight, let's get this back. And let's be ready to do those tomorrow. Then we'll go get copper, but we'll be able to do it a little more efficiently. Some of these longer cooking metals. So, hey, oh, and we got a... Boy, was I wrong. Oh, did we have blueberry? Maybe we did have blueberries. Yeah, blueberry day. So that helps. And pale ale, good. 1 poppy. And the blueberry jelly. Good. And foraging, we did pretty well. That's the mushrooms. Did I pull all of those golds? I think I still had a couple, didn't I? And then just some random fish. And again, apologies about the garbage guys. However, it had been days since we'd gotten the trash out, so that's actually very nice to hear them out there. Storm, wow, okay. And here we go. Spirits are somewhat annoyed today. That's just fine for us to go to the, level 10 or 15 or something. Hey, thanks, Haley. I enjoyed it too. It was great. I can't wait to see those pictures when when she gets them developed. Got corn today. Hops as always. I don't think we'll have coffee. But we do seem to have daily poppy honey. That's really nice. Just a couple 100 G every day at least. Alright, so yeah, sadly it is Tuesday, it is exercise class day, so we can't get chickens and we can't have Robin doing more for us on the farm. So Wednesday, in addition to getting Willie his birthday gift, we will try to... Oh, and we are going to need a scythe. We have the seeds to replace that wheat. Now I gotta remember not to take the sword down to the caves today. Wheat's kind of handy. We've talked about it, but... Oh, I forgot the stupid seeds when I was up there. When... It's cheap, right? It's 10G per seed, so there's not a huge investment there. And it does grow in summer and fall, and it's quick. It's only 4 days, so you get that. You also get hay that doesn't have to get processed through the silo or a hopper. So like early on, while we were cutting grass and seeing the hay go, that's going directly into the silo. And until we get a coop built and can go to the little receptacle, we can't pull any of that hay. But now we have already the 10 pieces we need for the fodder bundle. And I assume that we got 25 pieces of hay, unless 15 or more of those, I guess more than 15 of those, are quality. We'll have enough regular hay just to dump that up at the community center as well. We'll still be waiting for the apples, but the fact that they're already growing up and should be starting in a couple weeks, and once we get into fall, will be awesome. Top this off again to get this top row. We are doing... Oh, we still have to go back and reseed, though, right, on our wheat. There we go. Well, I guess that was asking a bit too much. That's all right, though, because we got more wheat seeds. So we're going to put that hay in here. That'll be handy. And then we'll just keep the 6. Nobody really wants to be given wheat, I don't think. Like, oh, awesome, which is what I always wanted, some wheat. But we'll go plant these, dump everything else. We'll be ready for the cave trip, but I talked about the iridium rod, and I think that's a good thing for us to get as soon as possible. However, we'll probably do that tomorrow because we're going to go out and talk to Willie anyway, and I think it would kind of help out. He's talked about how his business has been pretty slow. I can understand that. So I think it would be kind of a birthday treat for him for me to buy a big, expensive rod, make our biggest purchase from him on the day of his birthday, in addition to giving him a gift. So when we do that, depending on the luck of the day and how rushed we are, we could always take that down to Gunther. But I really think the only thing... you know what we could... We could maybe turn tomorrow into Geode's Day. We've got a lot of those. And take down the starfish, do all that, and then be equipped with a baitable tackle-wielding fishing pole. Now, tomorrow is going to be the rainy day as well. So, maybe fishing in the ocean? I don't know. Since we're just chilling here looking at our inventory and time is not passing, let's look at tiger trout. Okay, it is just fall and winter, and it doesn't care about the weather, but it is not in summer, so I'm not worried about missing out on that. Yeah, let's go get our copper dealt with, right? Raising in. Oh, we built the coop. We didn't have to buy a chicken, so yay, we finished that one. And delivery. Oh, I almost forgot about Evelyn's jade. Take that. We've got one. And we had already given one to Gunther. Evelyn, let's give you a... I know she likes Pharaoh, so I'm kind of just wondering if any of the other of these will hit big. let's give you one of these. And since we're going to have to go inside, and it's a Tuesday, I presume we're going to have to go inside, we'll plan to hit George, too. Go away, Woodpecker. Woodpeckers. Beautiful. Some of my favorite birds are varieties of woodpeckers. Sapsuckers are beautiful. Tough to find a little bit, but we do get them here in Colorado. They live kind of up in the mountains and usually at the edges where like aspen trees and pine trees are kind of divided by a meadow is where they actually thrive. And I think, I don't know, I enjoy seeing them. I've got a very few pictures, but I think the deal is that like one of the habitats is really good for their housing, and they're cavity dwellers, so they want to find a tree or hollow out a tree, because they're, again, a variety of woodpecker that can clear that out or expand an area of a tree that's vulnerable, I guess. But then the other one, whichever it is, the pines or the deciduous trees are the ones that have their food source, so they kind of are able to leverage both in a close area. Why aren't either of you around? Oh my goodness. I don't even know where George would be. I'm guessing Evelyn is somewhere around here. Oh, maybe they're at the doctor? They go together to the doctor? Ooh. We're not falling for Meru, her charms. Oh, I'm so sick of preparing these samples. Yeah. Samples are ruined. Harvey's gonna kill me. I think she could go a pretty long way before Harvey would get too upset with her. Again, I've never tried this one, but I think that would be, you know what? We've already done the awful one with the deal. If you're carrying over, and I always say this one, it wasn't intentional either way. This is the legitimate truth. Why would you not say it was an accident? And she kind of, if you say it was this one, it's not exactly a lie either, although she does use verbiage that makes it sound a little more like she's just trying to blame me when Harvey comes in and asks what happened. She's like, Ethelball slammed the door so hard that I jumped and dropped the sample. But I could see how, sometimes it doesn't take much if your mind is just, elsewhere, even if you're working on a task, and you just hear, everybody's gotten the kind of little jump thing where just a noise unexpected goes, oh, what? Oh, okay. So, but it was legitimately an accident. But this could be hilarious. I have no idea whose sample it is or what it could find, but the fact that this could play out as like a so-and-so's got some kind of a crazy disease, I kind of want to hope for it. And this is not the way I like to play games. I don't like to go for the jolt factor or whatever, but I want to see. I've never seen this in a playthrough I've watched, and I've never experienced it. So let's see how bad this gets. Get ready to cringe. Of course you'll know the difference. The sample is completely... That stinks. Meru is too smart for my ways. Oh, Meru, you went the right way, though. I should have had more faith. Man, she's just vying for my affection even more. Making me regret. We're going to have to play the entire game again at some point, so I can go back to Meru. I haven't even married anybody else yet, but already I'm like, I miss Meru. I want to go back to her. Yeah, Meru is the best person in Stardew Valley, Harvey, and you're a lucky man. You better enjoy this part of the multiverse where you and she can settle down, because, buddy, you don't deserve someone as perfect as Meru. Don't worry about the sample. We'll just get another one. All right, so it all plays out the same. That was unexpected, though. I didn't expect her to be like, dude, what? You're an idiot. We can't scrape up a sample of blood, I assume a blood sample or something off the ground. That's not how it works. Okay, yeah. We've seen all that. Well, I'm an idiot. Hey, and they are here. Awesome. What's up, guys? Now, dear, it's important that Harvey takes a good look at you. Be nice, young man. Behave yourself for your dear old wife's sake. Okay. This is awesome. I've never seen them here. Good, another doctor, and we know that he's got a few follow-ups in his future. This is my favorite thing. Thank you. Oh, I hope it makes the going to the doctor as less of a chore. I don't know if you're gonna be thrilled about this. Oh my, it looks wonderful. That's very kind of you. You're welcome, Evelyn. Now, okay, yeah. And boom. Oh, so you saw the ad I posted. Thanks so much. Here's a little something for your trouble. Okay, now, if I ever had the let's, we do, I know this is a waste of time, but we do need to go see if Meru has a follow-up comment. Sometimes you get them. Okay, well, I wasn't planning on giving him a sort. Stop. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is the ad for some drug in the background. This is worth reading. Is life sometimes difficult? Do you ever have trouble staying focused? Talk to your doctor about Pravaloxinone. Pravaloxinone is not for everyone. Side effects may include insomnia, severe anger, uncontrollable swelling of the throat. That is the worst so far. Permanent discoloration of the lips, hair loss, and stroke. Another big one. So, cutting off the airway and or cutting off blood flow to the brain, both very, 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 very bad. And even probably worse than in extremely rare cases, 1 in 500 test subjects may experience complete disintegration of one or more bones. That certainly would be bad and sounds unpleasant, but unless it, was a part of the spine or something, I don't think that's nearly as fatal as the uncontrollable swelling and or stroke. But yeah, if you want to feel happy all the time and or get some focus boost, there you go. All right, come on. Oh man, come on, let me out, guys. All right. So Meru didn't have further stuff to say. Now did we do everything we needed to do? What else were we? I think we want to go to the mine, right? We had to drop off the jade, and we brought gifts. That's done. 600. Jades are valuable. And to the bottom of the mine. So I think the day is ours. There's nothing else on the deal. Tomorrow, Willie's birthday. Let's go. We are going to head for the early levels of the cave and try to pile up a bunch of copper today. And we'll, probably have a lot of fairly easy kills. It's almost, is it 2 or 3 that the Adventurers Guild opens? Let's go over and check, because I'd love to just get a status on where we're at on some of these bounties, or, side quests, whatever you want to call them. So on almost a fifth of the way through the slimes, void spirits we've barely done, but we've got some. Bats almost half, skeletons not quite half, cave insects getting close, although we've already gone past the need for that sword. Dougie's over half, and dust sprites again just about a fifth. So pretty good. Rock crabs we've done all right. So a lot of these we can probably make some good progress on today. I don't think any of them are just imminent, but in our quest for coal, copper, let's start here. One-shotting all these rocks is fine, and we'll get some decent mining experience. Even though these are, I think you get a little more per rock at the deeper levels. There's that wind. I don't know if you guys are hearing that at all, but wow, I don't know what that was. Some rattling, clattering out on the breezeway. There's like a little fire extinguisher case out there. Maybe a little door on it. The neighbors have like a decorative little wreath thing on their door too. Maybe that blew off. Alright, there we go. Getting some coal. Get all those bonus stone. So yeah, this is, you know, it's kind of carefree mining now, right? We don't have to worry about the mobs that are down here too badly, and can just kind of look for a ladder. Once we get one, just go grab the goodies that remain, and not expect to get rich or anything down here, but if we can boost our levels of mining or combat and come away with some resources, all the better. But of course, getting a ladder, this makes me wonder if I've already forgotten that I saw one. Sometimes I see them like right at the beginning and I was like, Ant, what's up, man? How you doing? Good to see you, buddy. How are you doing, dude? We know you're more significant in your recovery, your convalescence. Are you convalescing well from your brush with the big old vid? Great. All right. Does that mean you've got freedom back in your life? Hope so. Awesome, dude. Yeah, you guys do the Discord voice chat stuff. I don't know. That's kind of beyond my stuff. Aw, I'm sorry, man. I was hoping you got out of the old COVID room, but man, you're stopping the spread. Good job. Okay, well, hey, dude, you know, be happy. you get to hang out and do recordings with Discords and talk with people while you're doing it and all that. Not too bad. But oh. Your custom hoodie, did you make it for your channel? Is it like branded for your stuff, or is it totally unrelated custom hoodie? Nice, man. That sounds like a lot of fun. Is it recorded? Do you have it like, is it in VODs or YouTubes, or are you releasing it in the future? Sweet, dude. I can't, tell me where I can check out a VOD of it if you've still got one on there. I'd love to check it out. Sounds great. Oh, awesome. That's the hoodie that's ant, not the natural disasters that are ant themed. Awesome, cool. I you know, obviously I'll be keeping an eye out, but it's not like I've really been spending a lot of time looking at the subscription updates in YouTube. So drop by or give me a shout. No, yeah, obviously no rush. You can do it on your own timeline, but let me know when it pops up. That's cool, man. That's awesome that you got somebody to set up a custom hoodie for you for your channel. That's cool. And I get it, right? You know, like, you got to have a pretty big customer base to be like, hey, we've got clothing out there to anybody interested, because, you know, that's only going to be a percentage of your viewers. Nice. Awesome, dude. That sounds great. That's cool. So, was it? I know you've got like your. Was it? Is it like your channel logo? Did you kind of do that for an image? I assume it's kind of the blue color, right? That's really cool. By the way. Okay. Cool. Well, again, I know we didn't get a chance to wrap things up very gracefully yesterday when you were here hanging out in chat yesterday. Um, cool, man. Um, and I don't know if you had a chance to lurk or not. I haven't really dwelt on it, but the the big adventure here in the parking lot yesterday turned out to be nothing. I guess the cops have my info, but they never followed up on it yesterday. And while I didn't, intentionally go and like wipe off my door handles or anything, it's super windy here today, so I don't think they would get any further evidence off my truck. So, I guess there's bigger issues in the world than somebody trying to open car doors in my neighborhood. But no harm done to me, at least. Well, less of a story, and ended up wrapping up the stream a bit earlier than I'd really wanted to yesterday. But it was kind of nice to end up with a chill afternoon. But that's the kind of thing that stinks, right? It's like the reason I ended was so that if somebody called and knocked or whatever, I wouldn't be interrupting anything. And so then you're sitting around and you're like, well, I can't do anything that will be big interruption if somebody needs me, or, I don't know what they would have needed me for, but so I watched a little Moon Knight and watched another episode of The Last Kingdom on Netflix, and dozed off for a bit. I did take a little bit of like a power nap, like 15 minutes. It was great. Had a nice, fun evening with friends. Listened to an awful hockey game last night. And then got going here today, doing a little more Stardew. Making our farm awesome. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's 12:50. I haven't even been looking at the clock. Alright, let's get out of here. How do we end up doing on our copper? It's the big question. Got what? 2 Dougies, 1 rock crab, handful of slime, and some insects. I know we're close to bedtime. This will probably cost me, but we needed that spice berry, and we need whatever clay that is. Oh, I don't even have room for it. Things not to do when you're rushing home for bed. Go! Go! Whew. There we go. Passed out on the rug. That at least means that we'll have terrible energy, but we won't lose any money. So, good deal there. All right, and it's the stormy day. We had nothing to sell, so it caught me off guard. Beautiful sunny tomorrow. Remember, it's Willie's birthday. Good humor day. We're gonna upgrade the fishing. Maki roll we already learned. All right, good humor. See you, kitty. It's Alexander the Great. Oh, and let's start dumping stuff. There. 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 that's what we wanted, right? We wanted that over the cloth anyway. We talked about that. Anything to sell here? That. So this is very good. That speeds up our animal bundle. We won't have to wait around as long. Go ahead and dump all of this. We'll put this up here. Trying to move quickly. We don't have to water, which is good, but we should. Yep, here we go. A couple things to harvest. Tomatoes and peppers. Not melons quite yet. Hops on the vines will reset out our kegs, and for now at least the pale ale is pretty good. Once we get a bunch of them, we can start even do a blueberry wine, which doesn't end up being that valuable, but is good money nonetheless, and not as time demanding to constantly be resetting it. So today, in addition to Willie and his birthday and the fishing rod upgrade and all that, we want to get back up to Robin's and get our first level barn, which means we need to clean this area up. So let's put that and that away, and let's get this and this out. We're not going to the caves today. Such a pile of clearing to get done. Again, I don't remember exactly what the footprint is here, but we'll just give it a wide berth. It does back up a little bit more than the coop because we'll put it right up against that rock wall. So I think some of these, that tree in front, at least until it gets in the way, can stay. Here's our farm warp spot that I don't think has been really exposed. And once we get warp totem farms, we can use that to get back home. And as long as we're up here, let's clean up some of this trash so that the grass can spread. Alright, I think that will give us plenty of room for the barn. I think it comes right out to here, and it's only 3 or 4 deep, so the tree should be fine. Now, store there, 109, there, here and here. One of those just to keep a few going. We're gonna need that and that. Should be plenty to get us purchased. I could sell that, but whatever. And we want to keep those for fertilizer, right? All right, now, in case we want to wind back around to the woods, we'll do that. And for when we're finished, we'll do those, right? And then let's sell it. Oh, we can't forget the gift. That. Oh, and the other thing we talked about doing today, because we haven't crafted one yet, and we'll eventually need to. All that. Okay, Willie. Nope. Willie's gift is actually over here. Willie. And Clint, and where'd they go? Clint. Alright, now, back over and up to Robin first. Get the barn going. then we go down. I think we'll hit Willie first. Although our inventory is going to get pretty jammed up here, isn't it? Oh, we can eat this. Yummy. Bug steak. Oh, it's a little energy. And it clears the spot, which is the most important thing. So we'll get rid of the bait, but we'll have a second rod because he won't buy back the cheaper rod. I guess we'll talk to you since we haven't. Okay, a soggy wood. Yep. Farm buildings, barn, $6 grand, 350 and 150. And you, sir, are gonna go right there. Okay, awesome. And Demetrius, we'll talk to you over here. And what did we get? 2 of these. I don't think either one of them will hate it. Thank you. Very interesting specimen. You're very welcome. Okay, that's just a repeat. And you. Thanks. Really nice. All right. Well, there we go. Cleared inventory. He made good use of those grapes. And here we go. Just gonna make it so much more painful to do all these geodes. Process geodes. Do the small stacks first, just so that we get more inventory space. And I guess that copper doesn't hurt us. I don't think we're gonna get. Ooh, tiger eye. Double tiger eye. Orpiment? No, fire opal. Hellvite. And a bunch of stone. Oh, good clay. Alright, well, that's a pretty good little variety. Sadly, we did not get any iridium out of any of that. And I don't know what levels fire quartz come out of, but that would be a good haul. Ooh, that's not bad. Thanks, Clint. And we get to do one more. Cool. Alright, now let's go dump all of this. Start. Oh, I didn't bring the star, did I? Oops. Hey, Penny. Something different up there. Try to divide those out a little bit just so we don't have too much white all in a row. Alright, well that's quite a haul. Now, I think I definitely want to hang on to that guy, but the others I may sell. That's... What's up? Yeah, quiet moment. We talked about that, the rain on the trailer and all that. She says it's soothing, but when it's raining, she's kind of like, yeah, it's a little intense, I think. Alright, now, before we do that, let's go ahead and sell these two just to get more spaces. See how many new ones we get for Gunther. And any of these that want to be coal, I'm fine with Clint. Although we got a lot early. And from what I've understood, it's definitely... There's definitely always been a debate. And I started playing this game being like, why would you even ever bother chancing it? Come to the geodes only on good luck days. because, why not, right? But all along there'd been this thing that luck doesn't matter in geodes, and I eventually at some point found something that really kind of somebody had went into the numbers on it and actually done it. And basically what I understand is the game, based on your world name and the time signature and everything else in the game, starts it with a seed, and kind of builds the algorithm from when you first create the world. And a part of that is it then fluctuates and sets up, among other luck items and things like what are in treasure chests. And while there is good luck as far as what those treasure chests may have on any given day and how many you get, that's why you won't always get an ancient seed in the first year. You may never see one. It's kind of random, and some of that is built out the way the game is created. And the geodes are specifically built up that way, where it will pre-calculate an order or a formula for this world based on when you start the game, time signature thing or whatever, so it's unique. And probably other, your world name or something like that. Who knows how many characters there are in that? All pretty arbitrary, but when taken together, it ensures that each of your playthroughs is going to be completely different. And apparently, once that order is determined, your order of what you get from geodes is already set. And I don't know if it's independent. So, like, all of these common geodes are set, and it doesn't matter how many or when you put frozen geodes into the mix. Like the common geodes are their own thing, and the frozen geodes and the lava geodes and the omnis all are independent of one another. And so if you found 5 of one and 10 of another, it won't matter when you find that 6th one of the next what were in the 10. No idea. Totally haven't gone that far into it, but it did at least convince me that, okay, maybe there's something to this. It doesn't matter how lucky the individual day is. You just kind of roll what you got. All right, we can sell that, and again, some of these are things that I will likely want to tailor, but having the inventory space is pretty good too. Donate to the museum. Still getting a very good variety of new stuff. Lots of rewards. The other thing we haven't even seen hide nor hair of yet, but it's way too early, really, is dino eggs. Obviously, those get more likely later in the game when we've got Skull Cavern to go play in. Just donated one of those. Donated one of those. We might have on a previous day for those. That's done. That's done. We're not selling that, but those can all go. Let's sell. I guess I could have. Okay, that one is new. So sell, sell, sell. Take this down to Gunther. And I think we'll still have room. We don't need to fish at the ocean. Donate. And then let's load up on all these rewards that we got. Here we go. We can now decorate. But we also got pumpkin seeds for fall. That's pretty handy. I think we've been sitting on those for a good part of that stack, but a couple extra scarecrows. Good stuff. Now we'll go get the rod, give the catfish, maybe forage. We got three spots of inventory. Great. And one of them, stone. The good news by being completely overloaded is whether it's copper or gold or clay or stone, pretty good odds are we've already got a piece of it from whatever we could hoe up. Still no cockle. Boop, boop. See you, dude. Can't buy yet. Should be working on Haley, though, so we can get that in the fall. And if we want to get married, do it in the winter. Oh, that I need, too. Come on. Now what do I got to toss? This is awful. I think it's the mussel. We've already had some. You know what? We can do that. And then we'll go sell. Take care of all the Willie stuff. Pick it up on the way home. Hey, Willie, happy birthday, dude. How you doing? Birthday gift. That's very kind of you. I love it. Big heart there. Some fish come and go with the seasons. Others only come out at night or in the rain. Yep, we're working on it, dude. We know. And here we go. So, this is the... I can't figure out the fishing. It's the newest edition of any of these. It used to just be bamboo, fiberglass, and iridium. But if you're really not getting it, and I hated fishing when I first started. I was like, this is stupid. It's crazy. But you get it over time once you get the knack. As you can see, it's pretty straightforward. So bamboo is what he gave us. That's what we've been fishing with all along. You can use it, but no bait and no tackle. Training rod, no bait, no tackle. It probably gives you a much bigger bar, but you'll never get Silver Star or anything better than that in the fish. Fiberglass, we can start putting bait on the rod, and they seem to get better too. But I don't know what the addition is in the aptitude. All I know is that once it gets to the point when it's not prohibitively expensive, and this will leave us with 20 grand. It's kind of foolish not to, because the bait will start speeding up our ability to catch the fish. And if we want to go after some of the tougher ones, particularly in the ocean, at this point, getting a cork bobber will be a big help there. So let's go ahead and do this. And while we're at it, we can do this to get a little bit of inventory space back. And then we can do that to get one more inventory space. So, bamboo rod we're stuck with. Nothing we can do. Marlin won't buy it, unlike some of our old weapons and things like that. Willie doesn't want it. It was a gift from him. We should hang on to it, but it will now go live in that chest in the hut and be there forevermore. That's all we can do. I don't think we walked past the store, so we should at least check to see if there's a new quest. Hey, look at that. Sunfish. I'm glad we've got one for you, Haley, and we'll bring you a sunfish and a sunflower all together. And oh, it's Wednesday. I can't do it. Tomorrow we will bring you a sunfish and a sunflower and a bouquet, with the bouquet going first, because right now any additional affection we get from her is wasted. She's capped until we give her a bouquet. Then we can move her up to 10. I don't want to sell any of this stuff we've been selling all along. Oh, but we do need a chest now. We have wood out here for some of these crafting deals. Let's go up here. We got a lot of stuff to dump off. Old rod, standing geode. We'll decorate once, probably once we get a bigger house. What we should also do, I know we're gonna have to chop trees. Maybe we'll chop some trees today. Let's do... That's the only one we need to worry about yet. But then I want to come down here and get our seed bin into place as well. And right now we can just put in the pumpkins, but we can clear out the other stuff. hatch here. Got kind of thrown off by that Haley request. Alright, so now we got two things. It'll make sense to go back down at some point. Seed stuff can now all go in the boxes, so we can pull out the extra stuff there. And when I start filling up with stacks of sap, we can move those out too as a precursor to fertilizer. Here we've got 2 sets of seeds and sunflower seeds. And really, we can move these too. And put away this mussel. It's a wrong box, but clean those up. I totally don't remember. Good humor. So now, should we fish? If we fish, should we go all the way back down to the ocean? We can still potentially get Dorado for a couple more hours. I don't think we can get puffer fish in the rain. Honestly, other than red snapper, which we already have, I don't know that there's anything rainy, summery at the ocean. Is there? I don't know. After 7, maybe we'll go down to the ocean and finish out our fishing day there. That's not a fishing pole. So this should at least give us quicker bites. We haven't used any tackle yet. Boom. Oh, stupid thunder. I hate fishing in the thunderstorms because what we maybe should be doing, I don't know if they go all night. I don't think they do. Maybe we should have gone to the Cinder Snap and fished in the pond, because I think when it's raining in the summer we can get catfish there. But, oh well. I waited until the fish notification thing went, and then I went to fix my mic from drinking coffee, taking my hand completely off the mouse. Good job. Only a half hour left for this Dorado. Thank you for bailing me out on that thunder. This could be one. Could be a pike too. Wow. I didn't even make it to the water. Cast. Alright, let's go to the ocean. Finish up down there. See if we get anything cool at night in the rain. Super cucumbers, maybe? I think they're any time it's nighttime in the summer, right? I don't know. We got one, so I'm not super worried about catching one. But doesn't hurt to fish. We do have bubbles there. I don't know that we're even going to be able to get to them. But we'll show our willingness. I guess it's like... How is that not getting me close enough? I think that is appreciably the same spot we were just in. But it seemed to work. Come on now. Oh, 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 oh. That's lovely. Thanks for giving me a bunch of trash while I'm trying here. Now I gotta do this again. At least it's a fish. Eat you, thunder. The immortal words of Ted, F you, thunder. Oh, here we go, the wonderful 10 o'clock hour of trash. It's got a little fight to it. Get the crash of thunder out of the way before I'm waiting. Oh. One more. That seaweed was important. Very important that we get that. Well, we gave the ocean a good long bit of attention. We've kind of been neglecting it. Super cucumber's nice. That will be a good one to throw in the bin, and hopefully we got some good, decent quality halibut. As I mentioned, the river fish. Pike sell for good money. I don't think, based on what we're seeing up here, we can really hope for much in the way of quality in the lower row. But we'll dump off what we got. Yeah. Wah, wah. Let's come over here, clean up the... We got a little bit of time here. Clean up the stuff and take these over. Now we already have a good pike. We don't have any shad. Let's just add one halibut. We don't have a super cucumber at all. And then we'll sell everything else, right? So got a pike, got a trashier pike too. Whatever. Sell, sell, sell. And then unload a whole bunch of stuff here. Go. And let's cook something. How about all of that? That. We made it through Willie's birthday. Hooray! Awesome stuff. 4,500, almost a grand on the fishing. We didn't get either level yet, but keep plugging away. And the new rod. It's nice. Oh. Storm coming again. Good humor, spirits, living off the land. Fall's almost here. Save up. We're definitely not going to go down to 0 at this point. If you haven't upgraded your watering can by now, it's probably a good idea. Yes. Maybe some sprinklers too. Okay. And chowder. I love New England clam chowder. One of my favorite soups. Hot pepper for George. All right. I'm not selling those. And we get the benefit of some battery packs. So Robin's hard at work. She's going to build us up that barn. And then we can start cows and milking and all the rest. That will also start to put a tax on. Oh, we lost another hop, though. That's not cool. So the question becomes, do we put more wheat in the ground here for overlap, knowing that then we don't have to worry about hoeing, we don't have to worry about, well, I guess we always have to worry about watering. We don't have sprinklers yet. Normally, by year 2, we won't have to worry about watering. And that's probably the kicker, is that until we don't have to worry about watering, if we leave them in, I'm not going to bother to... I know. We've just set up another chest for those, but it'll save us a trip right now. We can square those away if we get full. Everything else here gets sold. So it should be a very big money day today, because this time we've got our farming level is even better, so I think we got a higher percentage of silver and gold star anyway, but we've got 5 extra to sell, and we'll save a gold star for George because we want his knee to get better quickly. Poppy honey and a couple batteries, that's going to be very nice and should put us well up over 30. Drop these. What did I just put away? That. Those back into the bin. We're going to have a bunch of stuff to do for Haley today. Can't forget about that. I almost had. That's why I mentioned it. Why am I doing this? What am I doing? Haley needs a sunflower and a sunfish. The sunfish because she needs it for something. The sunflower because she loves them. And we're going to give her both of those after we give her a bouquet, which technically kind of puts her into girlfriend status, but it's not an exclusive deal. Apparently, the culture around here is very permissive, maybe? I don't know. Maybe just more mature than we are. And I think, again, that's something that kind of changes as you get a little older. You're probably a little less prone to jealousy. I can imagine, I can remember. That's why relationships in middle school and even high school, I think, pretty universal. Even among adults. I'm not trying to say this is, everybody's just fine with this, but usually as you get older, the relationships that you are in are more significant, right? That you're usually not at a point where you're like, hey, I'm just having fun. I'm looking for somebody that I can spend significant amounts of time with and develop trust, those kind of things, right? As you get older, you're a little more likely to be like, hey, let's consider cohabitating, right? Let's moving into an apartment or a house or whatever. and living as a couple as opposed to just dating. But usually you don't rush into that either. You've got enough experience to know when that goes bad. If you've already jumped into a lot of that kind of stuff, it gets a lot messier to disentangle yourself, let's say, right? When you're young, um, that may still be intimidating, but it may be thrilling, right? Like, oh, I've always wondered what it'd be like to live together and have a relationship that's not just ended with phone calls and that kind of stuff. We wake up and we can have breakfast together and dinner together at night, and if something's going on, they're right there. You can talk. You're sharing life. That's very cool. But you also, probably have a few relationships and are going to learn in some of those first ones that, yeah, when you start living with someone, you start seeing stuff that you don't see when you're dating, right? It becomes very hard to hide aspects of your personality or interests in things, and that's where a lot of people struggle. You've got to be very much more honest with yourself and with the other person or other people, whoever they are, about what you really are. And I think this is one of the things where when you're younger, you get a little derailed, and it's I don't say it's bad, but when you're dating, it's like, oh, for me, I'm a huge history geek, right? Now, now I'm an adult and all that, but I got books and books and books. Some of my old college books, some that I had, some like more literature than history, but stuff like that I had even from when I was a kid. And then going through life, you get a lot of those and you hang on to them. And just the fact that oh yeah, sometimes rather than wanting to watch sports or movies or any of that kind of stuff, I just want to have a quiet night chilling on my couch with a lamp and maybe a warm drink in the middle of winter and flip through a book of history, refresh old things that I'm familiar with in my mind or learn something new. And when you're dating in high school, that wouldn't be something that I at the time, I would have been very comfortable sharing. It'd be like, oh man, you're such a bookworm. Like, what? That's not cool. What about music and all that kind of stuff? You're trying to impress a girl or a guy, whatever you're into, or what vice versa. If you're a girl looking for a guy or whatever, it's all good. For me, it was hey, I'm gonna go try to impress girls, and you wanted to stash away parts of your interests and things that you didn't think would be impressive. And even if you've been dating for a while, it's one of those things. Now, as you get older, and you realize that people struggle with different kinds of things. Whether it's it's huge to talk about with streamers and all that, social anxiety, right? It's such a buzzword and all that. But dependency, whether it's on something chemical, alcohol, or a worse drug or something like that, or just habits, dependent kind of habits, where you don't feel like you're complete if you're not doing something. For me, I really enjoy video games, and if I get busy doing other stuff and don't get a chance to come back to some of these worlds and just that mental unleash, where if you can't tell from my commentary, this is a good opportunity to chew on ideas. Everybody's very video games, they'll rot your brain, especially back in the 80s. That was the deal. Like, you're just going to sit there and play Pac-Man or Space Invaders and shoot a dot over and over again at a pattern. It didn't seem as much, but what's going on is it can become kind of a little bit of a mindless activity, or at least a secondary one. And much as the commentary when I'm sharing with you guys just thoughts, much like that, when you're just playing a game, it's not meditative, I don't think, but it's contemplative. You can chew back through ideas that sometimes take a little bit more time to vet out in your head and process them through. Turn them over in your mind. Think of what a counter idea or take on something, if it's an issue of the day or whatever. Try to empathize with people that maybe don't share your viewpoint and think about it. So there's good there. And you know, I certainly, when I had roommates and all that, I was like, yeah, I want to spend some time. Back in the day, whether it was playing Civilization, one of the earlier versions, Civ 2, 3, something like that, or later games. But yeah, that's just something I want to go do. I don't need a lot of face people time. But when you're dating, you and a girl or guy, whatever, can be totally hitting it off, and it's the absolute best time in the world. And you feel like you can't get enough of each other, but then you move in together, and all of a sudden it's like, man, this is one person is like, that's awesome. I want more and more and more and more time, and the other person is like, whoa, I just got suffocated. What's up? Yeah, we're together, and yeah, our dates and things don't have to be driving across town and all that, and yeah, we get more time, but that's where people develop hobbies in couples, right? The infamous dad always out in the puttering in the garage and all that kind of stuff, working on projects and stuff like that. It's like, you need your own space, and it can take a couple relationships and a couple years, really, of growing up to determine that about yourself, and oftentimes find a relationship that works in that mode. That, yeah, all right, we've got either similar amounts of need for individual time and couple time, or we build an understanding that, yeah, we may not be the same, but it's not I don't like you, I don't want to be with you. It's, I just need to be happy, and be fun to be around when we're together. I have this kind of amount of time that we can actually, be constantly trying to do stuff together actively. And it certainly helps when you guys share activities that you really do enjoy undertaking together. Video games, right? So how many people through Twitch or streaming or whatever, it start dating or have developed? How many different streamers are married? And I wonder, when I hear some of that kind of stuff, and I don't know, most of those people I don't know. I don't know that there are too many married couple streamers that I really watch together. Certainly a lot of people are married and have spouses, but I think in most of the ones that I watch, it's that balance, right? The spouse is doing something different in that time, while the person is streaming, and they find other common interests to celebrate together when they're not on stream and not playing video games. I know one of my long-term favorite streamers, and I haven't watched as much of him anymore, was dating and living with a girl that was also a streamer. But I think kind of uniquely, one, he was older enough that it wasn't like he was going in blind. I think he had a lot of life experience, and two, I think similar to me, is very contemplative, and a lot of this style is what I learned from having spent years watching he and other similar style things, where they're talking about their own lives and what in games makes them think of things in real life. And you could just tell this is a person who's not going to go into anything lightly. But I do wonder a lot about, some of the big channels, and, oh, look, it's a streaming power couple, right? And it's like, how long or when they finally discover that, their channel personas and things like that don't necessarily spill into and give a full, complete life beyond that. What does that look like when it kind of becomes clear? So I do think of folks like that and hope they do all right. But anyway, we got a chance to chat there for a little bit. You can tell I am about 3 hours in and kind of chasing things down. I think what we'll maybe do, it's Thursday. I think we need to pretty quickly dedicate a day to chopping, get a bunch more wood, and start, again, kind of pushing towards the farm being ready to rock. Because we want to keep Robin working for it as fast as possible. All right, so Haley is getting a banging sunfish. Look at this iridium quality. Lucky girl. And I might do that today just because we fished. In fact, you know what? We're going to mine, not fish or chop trees, because that makes a ton more sense to do tomorrow, and it'll remind me to go down by the Wandering Trader Lady. So, Sale, George, Haley, but we got to go by it. We might as well sell these to Pierre so that we can get the bouquet. This is a good luck day, so I think I'd rather be in the mines than running over to Gunther's, right? Those last two things are okay. But we'll take some forage. Again, I think we've gotten to level 7 foraging, but fall is going to have a week of blackberries, and those would be good. Yeah, we got that, and this is the sunfish, so we're well covered here. Anyway, what was I going to say is, when we wrap up today, I think I'm going to step away for just a bit. I don't anticipate anything long, but I do want to grab my fresher cup of coffee. And you know what? It's very kind of you. I like it. Awesome. I will give Caroline a grape. We'll sell that. Let's give her a sweet pea, because we got it, and we can sell that. And we need to get this bouquet, right? That's why we're here. So there it is. Okay, 200. Boom. So Haley is going to get a load of stuff. Oh dear, my shoes are filled with sand. Let's travel a little on the beach. Sorry, dude. You get this. Oh, goodness, are you sure? Yep. What am I going to make for dinner tonight? Maybe I'll just get takeout from the saloon. Sounds like a good plan. I could start doing that. I got some cash, but we need it for projects. All right. Now, George. George, sorry knee, dude. I kind of had the impression that you couldn't feel your knee, but rub in that spice. Your favorite program's on? Across the house? You must have that volume blasting. Alright, see ya. Haley, probably not going to be at home. I'm going to bake cookies today. They're coconut wonders shaped like little palm trees. Sounds kind of good. I like some things with baked coconut. I'm not opposed to it at all. Some people I know are like, I don't like that. But okay. Now, this may backfire on the sunflower, because this may count as a gift. I'll accept this, thank you. You're welcome. I didn't know you felt the same. Well, it's a loose feeling, and that's what I was talking about. We're kind of in that exploratory phase here. We are not going to... Oh, she did take it. Awesome. That's awesome. And then... Yes. Oh, that's exactly what I needed. I'm so happy. You should be happy. We just had a very significant day, Haley. Look at that. We already got another heart from her. So she is 1 heart away from being a 10-heart friend and potential spouse. So when she gets to that level and we get a rainy day, we can go over to the Ghost Mariner and buy the pendant. And then we can hang on to it, and whoever among the other possible candidates we can get. But, well, like I said, this is so far ahead. Usually I'm like, oh man, I didn't get them to the point where I could buy this until winter, and then I can't buy it, and I've got to wait until spring, and then get married. So, yeah. If it wasn't this playthrough, I think we would be much more tempted to go, you know what, let's rush and marry her right now, or as soon as possible. We can't give her any more gifts this week, so I guess that would be into fall, but could then marry her and start building her up towards the point where we could upgrade our house and have kids. But it will be, speaking of kids, what's up, kids? Penny's teaching us to write cursive. She has such pretty handwriting, and I'm not boring. Awesome. I don't know if that either of you guys would like the shell, so leave it. Dad was telling me about our national enemy, the Katoro Empire. They sound like a ruthless bunch. Was he telling you this before he left to go fight them, or like letters and calls, videos, whatever you got from his deployment? They do sound ruthless, though. I hope he survives, comes home safe and sound. Kind of significant that he's already to the point of telling us that. All right, so we did our 2 quests. All right, 200, not huge, but for a pepper, that's pretty good. And 90, but the happiness is all worth it. I think we already talked about. No, we didn't. Coin in the jukebox, right? Oh, I like to visit once a week and catch up on things, and to get a taste of Gus's authentic spaghetti. He does like the spaghetti. All right, well, socializing is way ahead of things. That's very good. We'll just drop off these couple items and then go mine hunting. And I think we need to focus iron. Right? 5. Oh, no, we used all the copper. No, we got 9. We should shuffle this, by the way. It puts them in order of their things together. All right, that's fair. So we can put that away. I'd really like to do a bunch more kegs, but I don't want to use up all the wood because I want to keep Robin moving. Right? So let's do the one. We knew we had at least 1 tree. We may find that there's more. And then I guess we'll go iron coal. Ooh, look at this. All right, a few more ready. We'll leave the most visible one. And I'm going to leave that for now. We can get it, but why fill up an inventory spot on the way to the caves when we already know we've got probably mushrooms ready to go? We can go grab that. And tomorrow's going to be our tree chopping day anyway. Tree chopping, wandering merchant visiting. Maybe going to the saloon at night. Yeah, I don't have... well, here, let's give you this grape. Come here. Wait, don't go. Come back here. Great gift. Thank you. You're welcome. See you, Linus. All right. Now, I think we'll just go back with the base 40 again. A little geode. Definitely seems worthy of spending our day here. The spirits have not appeared to lie. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Good. Now we don't have to hunt as hard, but we can still... no wars. Alright. Oh, there was one, but that little big time suck to get over there. No dust sprites yet, though. That is a bummer. And our luck seems to have run out in terms of ladders, hasn't it? back around the bat. Hey, here we go. A little copper. No, you don't get to go on top of the rock. It's cheating. Nobody goes on top of the rocks. Alright, we got our exit. Let's not forget that, but let's go scout. Good there. Take the coal. Bong. I don't know which of the little tunes this is. I think it's kind of identified once you get the jukebox as kind of like a somber frozen cave, something like that. Oh, look at all of you little sprites. At me after I called out vandals earlier in the broadcast, and now we're just running around smashing up crystals left and right. No regard for nature and all the time that went into those being made. Okay, this is the one where going all the way around the bend, if you already have a gate or a ladder, gets to be pretty big time cost, so. Already done pretty well for the. Hey, we got so much done quest-wise and with Haley's friendship that it wasn't like a rainy day mining, and that was the one where we set a goal for 100 iron ore, and we've got half that already just from being up here today. So let's go get these couple. There we go. I won't wait for the other bat. Ooh, maybe there's something in one of these chests. Some coal, at least. Look at all this. Alright. Good day. Good day. We'll try to get home without having to eat more. Oh, get to go see Buddy Linus. Eat the ball. Come stand next to the fire pit. Feels great. Summer. I guess most outdoor fires that I do stand by are in the summer. Opposed to, I don't just do much winter camping. Now, like, somebody's got a fire pit at their house or something like that. That's pretty nice. Or if you're at a resort or something in the winter and they've got a big fire pit, maybe with a hot tub by it, or as a part of like an outdoor sitting restaurant area or something. That's pretty cool. Not quite the same as a campfire, though, is it? You're uncommonly nice to me. You're a unique person. Well, I'm glad you think I'm unique. Everybody's a unique person, and I hope, it's not that uncommon for people to be nice. I consider you a good friend. Likewise, dude. Well timed considering our rod purchase yesterday. Here, I want to show you something. Come inside. Now, I don't know that if I lived in a tent and had kind of the world as my my workshop, I don't think I would make inside the tent the place where I went about making the special kind of fish bait. Usually that means a lot of gutting and chopping and storing. It's top quality stuff. I'd eat it myself. Here, I want you to have the recipe. Between two people that eat out of trash cans, hey, learned how to craft wild bait. Alrighty, thanks Linus, and now we'll try to finish up that rush home. We didn't do very well on the coal, and that's kind of a problem in the 40s levels there. That's where you're really hoping for dust sprites and getting lots of coal out of it. But it'll let us cook up some iron, and depending on how our wood choppery goes tomorrow, may get us some more kegs ready to be built tomorrow evening. What I'd like to do, while dropping off all of this, I think we definitely need more wood. I wish we had an exact number on that, but I don't know it off the top of my head. There. There. We'll sell that tomorrow. Let's get to bed and try to recoup some of this energy. Oh, there we go. Artisan goods, wine, cheese, oil, etc., worth 40% more. And that cheese that they just throw as kind of amidst the etc. is huge, because that kind of would seem to go off the shepherd line, right? That, or not shepherd. When you're picking, it's at level 5. It's basically crops or animals, right? And then at the higher level, I think it's where you get shepherd or whatever, and your animals will either sell for more, or animal goods will sell at higher level. And that's the weird part, though. It's kind of like processed versus unprocessed. So I think milk and eggs would be considered animal products, but cheese and mayo become artisans. So that's why even when they nerf it a little bit, it seems much more beneficial, at least the way that I play the game, to go artisan, because all of your animal products are going to get pulled back into the crop side of the equation by your skill. And that doesn't even take into account all the stuff that is just purely artisan, that has nothing to do with the animal husbandry, I guess. The honey coming out of the things, which will now get more valuable. The caviar coming out of fish ponds, right, that we will then process in preserves jars and make it. The jellies and the wines and all that kind of stuff that do come out of crops. So just so much. And then you get truffle oils too. You could make the sunflower oil and all that kind of stuff. All that would have a chance of being better. But just a slam dunk. I don't know. Presumably there's somebody out there that's like, no, it's way better to just get those crops an extra cycle faster. I don't know why. Who they are, and at this point, how that becomes a deal. But, if you're out there, speak up. And if you're lurking or watching this on a VOD, drop me a comment. If you've ever gotten up to this level with these two options and gone with agriculturist, let me know how it played out, or if you were surprised or found a good benefit from it that eclipses just the ability to buy stuff so much more quickly. Again, almost half as much, value added into those into those products. And they're some of the most valuable products in the game. Crazy to go otherwise. And there you go. First day, I believe that we've gotten... I think it's probably the first day that we've gotten 10 grand in a single day. Melons, huge, right? That's 2/3 of it right there. And then a smattering of other stuff. And, of course, the batteries are always nice to add onto there as well. 12 grand. Wiping our hands on our jeans, our farmer jeans, and going, yep, we're doing all right. Again, as the game warned us, we want to have a bunch of money for new crops, but I think we've got that well covered. Perfect for our chopping. We don't have to water. We already said hi to the cat. They're displeased, so no big deals there. We'll see. I don't think we've got a new crop. Yeah, fried eel out of George. And let's harvest. Oh, there's a tree trying to grow amid our little tapper area over there. And it's not the trees we wanted to grow. I guess that one I did accidentally chop at one point, didn't I? So I can't blame it for being slow. But that other pine tree, I could get done anytime now. Yeah, so we left that. I think I'd just as soon have fresh fall crops and go with eight new plantable areas, even if it means a little bit of hoeing. So what, right? We're going to have very little to do to turn over the fields on day one. Because all of these will remain, they will be watered by the sprinkler. So even though we'll lose fertilizer on them, they will pop up ready to go. Now, here. Oh, she's still working too. So I guess that takes a bit of the pressure off. I thought we had... oh, I forgot because she didn't finish in time to get restarted before the exercise class. So we're a whole cycle back. All right, so all of that... 9, 7, 9. I think rather than gold, of which we've got enough if we ever, hey, I want to do the watering can or whatever, which I don't want to spend that money quite yet. We'd be all right, but now let's go. Ready to forage and buy from the wandering trader lady. We'll swing through and clear Cinder Snap as just kind of a normal run, right? Not expecting anything too crazy there, but I'm not bringing the fishing pole. I don't want to waste the time. I'd much rather chop all the trees that we can. In fact, all right, what do you got for me? He's going to sell them next year. I don't see any big deal there. We'll add another one of these to our deal. Sun table's kind of nice, but I'm not too worried about decorative stuff. So I think that's a pretty good stock up from visiting her. Let's get all these trees, give her something, her and the pigs something to do. Watch while they're waiting on a rainy day. Good. Oh. Excuse me. I didn't see you there. Extra hardwood seed, mahogany, but hardwoods. While we're growing those. And much as I would think that today would be a really good day to go up and continue working on our tree farm, I think I want to spend, unless we just are like, oh, we're done and we got nothing else to do on the farm, which I don't think is likely at all. I think we're better off spending time getting the farm further ready to go. Okay. Only 10:30. We're going to eat a lot of hops today, but see ya. Thanks for coming, Wandering Trader Lady. It was great. Great having you here. And we'll just kind of see how we play through here, but if we do find that we've, got a lot of loads, or it's just later evening, maybe we'll go spend the evening at the saloon. We can now clear out these guys. And add a little bit of friendship to this farm improvement, but in addition to wanting to build stuff, we just gotta, come on, dude. Gotta make the space. Get this land ready to go. The fall, we're gonna need this grass to spread around quite a bit, so we can harvest lots of hay for over the winter. Why is that? I guess they probably really only have a couple blocks, and trying to hit them from that corner isn't actually aiming at the log. What am I missing here? This is why I brought the pick. I didn't really want to do a whole bunch of stonework, but clearing out some access between some of these little barrier spots is good. And we'll do the same here. Again, I know this isn't going to be a final effort, but it does make it so that if we're stuck late in one corner of the farm, we've got some chance of being able to get out of it to go home. And now that we have that glowstone ring, we aren't as hampered by not being able to see what's in our way. Let's do our big eat up again. And then if we chop through all of this, then maybe we go to the saloon. Call it a good day. I guess if I'm going to see lightning, I'd rather see it over here, potentially blowing up a tree than in my crops. Still had some pieces of wood down this way. That's why I want to cycle back down. But would like to keep those bigger trees to a minimum, because I think we'll still see a little bit of spread of saplings and stuff. But that doesn't need to become densely wooded. Just keep cleaning. We made a sweep through here a couple episodes ago. Many days, beginning of summer kind of time. And you can still see how many trees are coming up because there were so many saplings that we really hadn't touched this part of the map at all, the farm, since we'd begun, really. So it takes a couple passes to get this cleared and then set up our tree farming here on the premises. And while I've never yet reached a point where it's like I need the space enough that we don't need to be growing trees on the farm, and I think they kind of add a fun element to the farm layout by growing so many trees up near the spa. It frees us up a little bit so that, yeah, we could have enough there to not have to worry about it. Anyway, as far as chopping day goes, that's a pretty good one, I think. Not quite a full stack, but we did get one piece of coal. We got a whole bunch of hardwood, a whole bunch of sap, and that's very important for our fertilizing to start fall. That all goes away. These and these, since we've got them both, can go down to our seed bin. Fancy and shiny and new. That can go over there. That can go there. These can go here. And let's grab... I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. 9, 14, 10. Now, over here, let's target specific people. You guys can all say quietly who I'm looking for here when I do these. We'll take 2 of those. I don't think we'll see her, but we'll grab 1 of those. That covers 1. That covers the other of those likely folks. Oh, you know what else I can do today? So let's add... one of those just to balance everything out. Anything else here that I'm missing for people specifically that are going to be around? You know what I can do? Somebody that we've very much neglected. He'd appreciate that. I don't have one. Alright, never mind. Oh, but I can't forget the item that we need. So put these away. Pull 1 of those. Anybody unclear about what we're doing? Oh, and if we're doing that, we don't have to go continue the chopping stuff, but let's take those anyway. All right. Got a fun Friday evening planned. And 37,000 G in year 1 going into fall seed buying with trees, and already now making some good progress on stuff. Oh, hey, dude. I have to admit, this place is much nicer in the summer. Well, yeah, the city gets hot. Yeah, exactly. Okay, hang on. I'm going to catch up to you. Sorry, everybody else, just chill for a second. We want to get that and that. Hold on, I said chill for a second. Let's not accidentally have a cherry bomb incident in the middle of town. Oh, yeah, it's my absolute favorite. You're right. Okay, let's get this, because that might make a difference for somebody else. Alright, see you, dude. Does that mean that we already lost out on Sebastian and Abigail? They're the next ones we have to deal with. Or maybe... Oh, there's Sebastian. Oh, hold on. Oh, I really love this. How'd you know? I know everything. Oh, I was up reading Cave Saga X. Oh, he didn't... We aren't that good of friends for him to tell us what he was doing. Pepper for Shane. I know, because you talked about the spicy sauce at the flower dance. Clint. Time for you to become my best buddy. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Today would be good. No, it's not a good day. Harvey, let's try a blueberry on you. That's such a nice gift. Thank you. You're welcome. Willie? Okay, not peppers for Willie particularly. I thought you could spice up the catfish. Sorry, dude. Parsnip for Pam. Hey, this is really a million. Another plant ever strong. Okay. Salad. I bought this just for you, Leah. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. Thank you. You're welcome. If we don't treat nature with respect, our grandchildren will be doomed. If we don't treat our grandchildren with respect, they will be doomed. I don't know. I'm an Eagle Scout. I love nature. I love photography. I love hiking, camping, and just walking outdoors. And I marvel at this world. I'm so amazed by it. And I'm not ignorant to the facts or realities of habitat loss and human impact on the world and what it is. But I also don't lose the fact that we are one of many species that have called this planet home. And oh, I didn't get Emily or Gus here. Sorry, I was talking stuff. Gus. I'm pretty sure from Gems he only wants the deal. I don't give him that. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. You're welcome. And then Emily, we got a couple of these, so we'll give you one of those. There we go. Such a fabulous gift. Thank you. You're welcome. We did not see Penny, and it is now too late to hit her. But we got the two other ladies that might be potentially of interest. Those being Leah and Emily. No, not Emily. Yeah, I've married Emily. Penny, Abigail, and Leah. Those are our three potentials. Sorry. Oh, that wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm trying to get over to the mines to make a new friend, since this is Friendship Day. And that friend, in case you haven't guessed, likes gemstones as well. So I brought him a getting to know you present. But first we have to get to him. Booyah! Hello. Alright. Give him the same one we gave Emily. I think he likes any of those three. Hey, buddy. Hey, I really love this stuff. You can find great things in the mines. Rain. It's almost mythical to some of us. To us, some dwarves live our entire lives without ever experiencing it. And here are his sales. So $2,000 for Life Elixir, which 200 energy, 90 health. It's crazy. Super good. Instant. Boom. You're recharged. And we can be making that with our mushrooms without even having a kitchen. So I don't know that he buys them necessarily. He might, but just gives you an idea of what kind of value we can get out of that mushroom cave. This is where I come for bombs and stuff once we get going and have, 100,000 G laying around it and nothing significant that we're trying to buy. This is where you stock up and mining can become much more quickly, especially if you're trying to go deep in the skull cave. So we'll get there. Rare Crow will get there. Weathered Floor will get there. We just don't have much decor stuff to be able to do. But I do like that Weathered Floor. I think it looks pretty cool. In fact, I like it so much. It's our first day. We gave him a present, but let's buy something too. Let him know we're potential customers going forward. All right, 11:40, but our energy is shot. I wanted to go put those mahogany seeds in, but I think we'll just head on home. Good day though. Hopefully, I don't know if we should expect it. It takes a lot of trees to get to some of those upper foraging levels. So we'll see what we get out of that. But we'll put away our goodies. We'll harvest our oak resin on the way to bed. Munch a couple hops. Just look at this. Speaking of life elixirs. Why not shake the trees just in case we get a seed drop too, right? Alright, well there we go. Robin, thank you for working on this nasty day. I appreciate you and your skills. Here we are. What am I storing here? Oh, the gems. That's right. Here we are storing the foraging stuff. Is it those three? Oh, and chanterelles. We do have 6 of them. We can make 4. Oh, it's the purples that are low. Let's make 2. I don't want to overproduce them because I know there's still bundles and things that need the purple mushroom, so I don't want to go all out and not have things that we'll find we need. Store those away. We can make 5 more kegs, but yeah, that's almost or over 2/3 of our available energy. All right, it is now getting late, and we need bed. Then we'll figure everything else out. Well, I'm surprised. I kind of thought that with a week we would be blasting through and looking at fall, but as that was only Friday and we got about a half hour left, I think I'm going to hang out and do that day, and then we'll wrap up, and then we'll start off the next episode by having the last day of summer with the moonlight jellies and being able to kind of prepare the farm and get ready. I don't like to start a play session myself or a stream or anything else and go, oh, what are we trying, and waste half the first day of fall and not get everything done that we need to do. I think we could probably manage it, but I think that those two will be better paired. So we will just work our way through today or tomorrow, but today, the Saturday. See what the spirits have to say, how that steers our efforts. I think Robin will now be available, so we'll definitely get her back on task, doing either a coop or a barn upgrade. And it's really kind of a toss-up. I don't expect to slow down on that and get all 4 of those through their second levels, so we can do chickens, ducks, cows, and goats pretty much all together, and that will cover the animal bundle, especially now that we have wool, because with just those animals we'll be able to get large white and brown eggs, duck eggs, cows, and goat milk, and we don't even one of those can lag and we can still complete out that bundle with the wool. So we're doing very well there. We're very well set up for artisan, and yeah, things are zipping right ahead. So let's go, huh? We got this amount of time. I've got that other. You know what? No, we're gonna pause for just a moment while I go get the other coffee, because I might as well drink it now rather than saving it for after stream. So give me like 30 seconds. Well, I don't know if it was exactly 30 seconds, but I am back and still warm coffee. It's amazing. I love this cup. Boom. No, I've got to go back to the game window. All right, let's put this down. Mic's on. There's no slides in the way. Saturday. And again, second to last day of summer. Our seasons have been incredible. And again, tomorrow night we won't forget, but it will be the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies, better known as the Lunaloos. I prefer to refer to them as the Lunaloos. That's how they refer to themselves. Oh, I see a glimmer within my scrying orb, a shard of knowledge for the future. Spirits feel neutral. Perfect. Let's see if anything else steers our day. Auto grabber. Very nice. We're not quite there yet, even with all the money that we do have. Once we have the things, it will take us just a little bit to have 50 grand. But it is a huge time saver, and as important as getting the feed system put in, so that we don't have to be spreading out the straw and hay around. So, thanks, Barney. Look forward to buying 2 of those, at least 3 eventually. Ooh, pink cake from Mom. That's another of Haley's favorites. Here's a recipe for a little treat my pap used to make. Cook it slow stuffing. Pam's got some cooking skills. You wouldn't think it, she's bar aficionado. We might want those. I don't know. I don't think I'm chopping 2 days in a row. See how much of our wood gets taken. And I think since the money's good and we're going to be going into the next season, I think let's do the barn. Because if I somehow find, we spent a ton of money going into the rest of this, it won't take us very long at all to get a coop upgrade put back together again, since it's the cheaper of the two. And I'm thinking this is like 10 to 12, maybe even 15 for the mid-tier barn, right? Because I think they go up to around 25 when it's the deluxe, the last tier of those. So we're gonna feel that price point. But we are also going to have watering and scything to do. We're not going to have corn to carry around. Notice how few of those regulation ones are getting back. So let's put 5 more of those. We'll store these. And I will continue to store a couple battery packs each. I don't anticipate that will completely exceed the ability to recoup. Whatever. Oh, what am I saying? So we've got 8 batteries in reserve, right? 1 goes to a quest and goes to the lockbox quest, and 1 goes to, I think it's Pam, and I think that is a letter standing request at some point. Hey, I'm looking for a battery. Oddly, she also gives batteries once you reach top tier friendship, but I think that's one of the preset quests that will just show up. So we'll need 2. We've still got 6, and that represents 30 pieces of iridium, or 6 iridium bars, not to mention 6 gold bars, which is whatever, but by the time we get to that point, hopefully we've also got Krobus in play, and are buying to supplement out our iridium sprinkler needs. Nonetheless, don't know that we'll get to the point of wanting to expand our fields this fall. I think the nine worked pretty good. Obviously, we'll have a little bit of cleanup to do down there where the wheat was growing, but I'm not gonna worry about planting anything to carry over. I'd rather, as I said, get the fresh 8 crops in the ground day 1 of fall, and then know that we have to do just a little bit of hoeing and stuff to get that ready to go. And I think we did have some cleanup here. So let's carefully, not getting our little, sapling. And there's another seed there. Everybody else clear? Okay. Let's eat. Just enough so we don't pop through. Are you kidding me? Oh my. Oh, game. Well, I refuse to. It's a neutral day, right? We're not in the midst of a really good one. Mine is important. Mine's important. They're both important, but mine is important. It's currently our only quest. We gotta go up that way. Sell both of those. Boom. 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 So dumb, but I don't want to deal with it. Now, what am I... Here. Oh, we never did that. Alright. That's a good thing to do. Boom, 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 and boom. Taking those up. If we're doing that, we might as well do that. We don't have the apples yet, but we're going to go to that same bundle, which is this one, and that also has Artisan Fall and Animal. We can bring the wool just so that it's done. That's the only one we've got there. And here, we did not buy the cloth because we don't need it. We'll have these two, and eventually we'll have wild honey. As soon as the seasons change, the next honey that pops will just be base wild. So we'll grab one of those. I will probably allow the honeys to get back in sync, although maybe we'll just wait for winter. I kind of like the trickle of high value. Once we get our barn done, we're going to have goats and cows. Those will be working us towards cheese. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They're all accounted for in advance, and that's a great place to be, although I really don't have much to drop off. We can bring the jelly, and I think that's about it for there. So we'll take that for the animal, we'll take that for the deal, and rather than running... Oh, and we should do fish too, right? Because we can finish up some actual bundles here. We can get this one, the wood skip was still needed. I think we've already got some of these, right? Fish. River. No tiger trout yet. No walleye yet. Sturgeon we got. No cockle yet. Sardine we've got, right? That's the right one. After we made that mistake. And then we'll put wood skip in, but we still need a lot of work to do there. All right, well, that will be 2 bundles that we can visit in the community center. We got nothing to do here. We have our wood and our stone, So we will swing up past Robin's, get her working on the next batch, and then go up to the mines. And again, tomorrow is our culmination of summer. Talk to you, dude. How you doing? Yeah, I gave one to Leah yesterday. Now, I'm not selling anything to you. I don't think I'm... Oh, you know what I can buy? Now, he does not yet have Deluxe Speed Grow. But we'll do those, have them ready to go for the 6 fairy roses that I will put amongst the grapes. And you know what? No. No. Between until after I've got this barn done, I know how much it really costs. I don't want to half my money, even though we probably got more than enough for the fall seeds. If I want to... Oh, I think she said you can't miss tomorrow's festival, but I don't know that I'd ever gotten her thoughts on the Limaloos. I kind of bummed I rushed through that. Ocean. Yay! Some of these are pretty awful. Not that one, though. That's a good batch. This one's kind of lame, I think. Oh, not too bad. And we don't... Oh, I don't have my fishing rod with me. That's too bad. To store that away into. Alright. 2 bundles. And then we'll work on this room. Summer crops. Boom, 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 boom. Hey, that's not bad. I think that's the first time I've ever not had an immediate need for that one. We will expand out all those farms, and maybe I do one more batch of seeds in that next row down, and either just do a circular watering around it every day, or just plant 8 of something around it. Who knows? Jelly here, just so that it's done and out of the way, and we don't find ourselves without when we want to finish stuff. And here, wool, same deal. Don't accidentally spend it or whatever. And then fodder, I guess that's in the other room. I always confuse that animal and fodder are... Oh, this one might actually be on the bulletin board, right? Shoot, there's this thing too, which we can knock out, but not before we order our barn. As I recall, Construction Bundle has a pretty good prize too. It might be a keg. Well, whatever. Those 2 are done. Alright. That's a good bunch of stuff accounted for now that we don't have to worry about messing up. Let's go see Robin. And we'll see. I think we should have plenty left. It's 198 and 99. 2 stacks of wood and 1 stack of stones, and then 10 pieces of hardwood to finish out that bundle. Farm buildings. Like I said, let's get this. Oh, way better. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I almost made a huge mistake. Big barn. 12 grand, so it just doubled. And not ridiculous in terms of wood and stone requirements. So let's get our upgraded barn. Okay, I'll start working on that. Awesome. I'm going to talk to Meru here. Come on! Oh, all my farm stories are amazing, Meru. Why don't you believe me? Alright, see you, Robin. Tomorrow, you can watch the change of seasons while working on my barn. I wonder if she appreciates the fact that we're having that done without having animals like kind of in our midst, or is she like, dude, it would be cool, you know? I'm working on a barn anyway. I'd like to see some cows and stuff hanging out around me. Either way. Good to have that moving on. So, certainly not going to use this today. here. Oh. And boom, boom. There. Put that away, that away, that away, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. So we can finish all those up. And we will need to chop more wood before we can then get the upgraded coop, because I think it's going to be more than 300. The barn always takes a little bit more, but it's neutral. Should we just do another massive chopping? I don't know. I'd really like to get the foraging level up quickly to help us in terms of blackberry season. And I was pulling that out to put this in, and then I'm like, but Sunday I want to go down and try to catch the wandering merchant. This is going to be a big loop, but whatever, let's go do it. We can't make kegs or anything else with the iron and copper without wood too, and I don't want this building to get too held up. This building push that we're on. If our finances can keep supporting it, I don't want Robin to be idle. So this goes up here, and this should give us something productive. Whatever this bundle is, it's significant. Because it does take so many, or if you're bumbling your way through the community center for the first time, this one is a challenge. What do we got? Keg? Charcoal kiln. Nope, never mind. Fall foraging, exotic foraging. Man, we could have certainly gotten this done right now. Next time we come back, we should not neglect the exotic foraging, but maybe beginning of fall when we're picking up stuff, we'll just bring up all those things too, and that will get us a little closer. It is the one that I don't want to walk all the way over to, so we'll just look here. This is the one that we still need. And this is the problem. We've got all three of these, and I'll always hold on to an extra one until we're done. And then this is now easy. You can do 99 slime or 10 bat wings. Those are easy enough as well, but one each of those is just so cheap. Knock that out, but I think it only gives us like a ring, so it's not worth walking all the way through the community center because that's a bunch of time just to drop those off. So we're really just waiting for that fire quartz to knock all that out. But now we'll loop all the way back past and around and through, go over to the Cinder Snap. Oh, but we'll talk to people because now I'm kind of into later game conversation mode. Hi. Need something? No, just chatting. Like I said, later game conversationing mode. I feel like I'm part of this community, so you better get used to me. If we're gonna chop, let's try to do just enough to get by, and then we'll have the elixir. Oh, I guess we can do a full load and then elixir and chop on the farm some more. Try to finish clearing trees. More over here. Yep, we can get a few more of these just right on the way. And especially early on before I have the farm, these are actually really good because they'll they'll just grow without us having to plant saplings or anything like that. So the ones we did down around the green onions, probably in winter, we can just go back down there and they'll all be fully regrown again. Trees ready to go. No extra fuss or muss or effort. They certainly won't give us the volume we want that we'll eventually get out of our railroad side tree farm. But they're nice to just have waiting. Boost my foraging. And as awesome as level 10 foraging in the Iridium is, which is huge, every single thing you forage of top quality, getting to where we are getting another +1 wild berry gathering is super duper important going into fall, because by the time those are in season, getting 3 per bush, while we probably won't ever need to eat them, is just, you know, that can be a full massive set of wine with no growth or anything else, or cooking or whatever else you want to use them into. And if you're a person who doesn't care about the occasional negative feedback from Pierre's, you can just sell them flat up. They won't be worth very much, but having several hundred, even if they're only worth 5, you know, whatever, you're going to get a big pop of money when you finish those. So let's go grab the elixir so that we have it on us. And then we'll do more chopping. Turned into a shopping day. Boom, 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 boom. Start off fresh. What did I do with those elixirs? Oh no. Losing stuff. There they are. I'll take one. I don't need to use both of them. And let's choparoo. So here's something. I haven't talked about it all day because it's been pretty quiet. And here in Colorado, Denver Broncos kind of made their draft news back at the end of the season when they traded a first-round draft pick to acquire Russell Wilson. So day one or night one of the draft, the first round was very quiet. As far as I know, we were about 2/3 of the way through the first round, I think, when I last checked my phone. So I guess, you know, trades could have happened. I might still be ignorant to not having seen anything. But how did your favorite teams, whatever, if you're into the NFL at all, how was the first round of the draft for your team? Did you get the exciting thing? Oh, wait, this is the deal. So we can chop a little bit more and then use one of these to full effect. Although now it's already 9 o'clock. We'll chop late. Oh no, I've done this to myself. I didn't bring the pick, so now the stones are going to be super in the way. And this is what we just need to get cleared out. You can't have just little nests of tree saplings like that, because they'll all grow to that second stage, no matter how tightly packed they are, and you can't get through them, but then they won't continue to grow. So not only are you not getting full trees to chop, but you can't. create massive barriers in the middle of the farm. This one popped up, having chopped the others, which is good. And now I know it's late and we've got a lot of negative time, but I think now that the buildings are up and we're getting closer to the animals, we'll remove these for visibility and to let the grass continue to spread more. And I'll maybe keep 1 or 2 trees up in the corner here, but kind of start pushing these back a little bit too. Okay, and do we have... dual benefit here. One, it keeps our apple and pomegranate trees safe from spread, and 2, clears up our visibility of the farm for when we start to clear everything up tomorrow, and everything ready to go for planting the following day. So a lot more mahogany trees that we can get planted. You know, we may, the way things are moving, we may end up getting those set up on the farm as opposed to up by the railroad tracks. They take a long time to fully develop anyway. It's 12:10. Let's go drop off this spiceberry. Boop. And then we'll go get our good night's rest. See. Oh, no. No level in foraging. That's a bummer. But good, more great money, and having just spent $6,000 on the upgraded barn. No, we spent 12? Yeah, it was 6, and then I realized that was just another barn, so we rolled over and it was 12. So we got half the money from the barn back again. It should leave us in the 30s. And let's go into here. We'll just do a quick little recap of where we ended up here. So, total earnings 139,857 G. We are sitting at just over 34 G. Not bad. Again, this is only the end of summer, year 1. So, and considering what we've already bought, super fishing pole, which I normally don't do, steel level watering can, axe, and pick. All 3 of those. That's 4,500, right, across the upgrades there, I believe. Copper and steel for each. We have a first tier coop and are now building a second tier barn and a silo. So yeah, I think we're doing pretty darn well money wise considering what we're buying, but I'd like to keep kind of around this level of cash for the seed. So I don't think we're going to buy, anything super extravagant in the next day, specifically the giant pack. Although once we get everything established in fall, and if we're sitting on the coop, we're going to have to buy animals, and animals are going to crush us. That's part of why I don't think the seeds will cost us this much. Usually like 30K is about what I need when I've got year 2 and all the fields are going. And that's like 27, right? Not just 8 more fields to fill in, but like 27 fields to fully do the farm. That's where, depending on the season and the price of the crops and how many fields you need to replant and how many seeds you already have in advance, 30 to 45 grand or something like that usually covers you for about all that you need. So I think we're going to be very, very far short of that, but if memory serves, and it usually doesn't, it's like 270 for cranberries, and we're going to want 50 of those to replace the blueberries, right? They'll be the same wine feeding crops for cash that have a great return, keep going all year. They fill that same strawberry and blueberry niche in the seasons, right? You get different crops that do basically the same thing in each season. It's like beans, hops, and grapes. So we'll be buying grapes to go in. Those stay flat. Those are always $60 per, whether it's a green bean, a hop, or a grape. So they never change. But yeah, when you're already thinking 50 times 270, that's gonna be 15 grand on 2 sets of fields. Now, fortunately, we then only need 16 pumpkin seeds to fill out a pumpkin field, and we've already got corn planted. So with those 4 done, we're only looking at 5 additional fields. We will need yams, an eggplant, because corn, pumpkins, yams, and eggplants round out the fall crops bundle. So you'd look at that, then we've got 6 of our fields. We've got 3 remaining. There's something else that escapes me at the moment that's not a flower and is not amaranth that I think we can still grow in the first year of fall. And I don't know what I'm blanking on, but it's kind of the equivalent of like a radish, right? You don't need it for any bundles in the summer, but we still grow some to have some. There's something that fits into that window in fall. We'll figure it out. We'll probably buy some of those at the beginning, and then look at filling in, depending on how much money we have left, either with amaranth or wheat or some of the flowers. Oh, and we'll still have sunflowers growing too. So we've actually only got 2 extra fields at that point. So even though it's like 15 grand to get, probably a little more than 15 grand to get the cranberries, the rest of it combined shouldn't be that much. We don't have to. The fairy seeds I think are 200, but we don't have to get a full field of those going right away. We'll have some growing by the grapes, and can then grow another batch after. For that same reason, I'm not going to pick the poppies that are growing between the hops. And we can talk about that as we're preparing the field here on the 28th in the next episode tomorrow. Or probably not tomorrow, actually. I probably will not be live tomorrow. I've got stuff to do in the afternoon, kind of a cookout for one of my friend's birthdays. And I need to go to the grocery store in advance of that and prepare something to bring along with it. So I'm going to be busy in the morning, go into that in the afternoon. And while I don't anticipate that will run all night or anything like that, I think I doubt I'm going to come back from all that and be like, oh yeah, let's do it. Go back in. So maybe Sunday. See what shakes out after all that. But whenever we do our next episode, we'll kind of talk through some of the logic of how we're turning over the fields, but it shouldn't take a ton of work. The biggest thing would be if we decide to expand one more row and use quality sprinklers. We've got the one, we could buy 2 more and know that we would just have a very limited amount of watering to go around the outsides of those. Might be worth it to keep extra crops churning very quickly and give us a ton of money going into winter so that we can finish up all these other things. And as soon as like the museum gets done, we're not wondering if we can afford to get iridium sprinklers. So that's something I'll be kicking around in my head. Let me know in the comments if you've got any thoughts on that. Would welcome your feedback. I don't think there's much more to talk about in terms of the game. If you guys are curious, here's where our levels ended up today. We did get all the way up through Artisan. I think we picked up 1 mining, 1 foraging, no fishing, and no combat in about a week of play. We did unlock the dwarf, so we've got that in our wallet here now. And relationship-wise, we did some great stuff. We unlocked with a bouquet the last 2 hearts of Haley. We got her up to level 9, and even though I don't plan to marry her in this playthrough, I would like to get her there this coming month, probably in the next week if a couple gold star sunflowers will do it, and be able to buy the amulet on any rainy day so that we can sit on it and then marry whoever we'd like. But in terms of the rest of the um, friendship levels and all that, we did well enough that Lewis pushed us over to a clicks, I believe, was the the achievement. So we got that, and since then we've added 2 more, probably Demetrius and Willie, up to the 5 heart levels. Everybody seems to be doing pretty well. The dwarf we just unlocked in this last day of play, but the wizard hasn't slipped. That's a good thing, and we'll keep working on the dwarf as we go forward. So that's all good. Really, again, not looking at collections too much. We haven't given a bit of thought. Fishing is looking pretty good, really, for where we're at. We haven't unlocked crab pots yet. That's just been a luck deal. Maybe we'll set one up so that we can get the 5th item and then get 3 more as a result, and use those to start building out some of these other fishing things. But got a lot of work to do, but considering we still have 2 more seasons, and I think the only ones that we've had access to and haven't caught yet or tried, pufferfish, sea cucumber, which is I think a daytime fish this season, so maybe if we find ourselves with decent luck and not too much to do, we could go down to the ocean tomorrow. Octopus I know has been available. I don't know about squid yet. Dorado, is that it? It's one of these kind of angly fish. We have access to stonefish. We have access to ghost fish. Is that it, maybe? And we have access to ice pip, but we haven't even really tried for any of those. So we can turn there. We knew from the last time around that there were some fish that we just didn't really make the effort on planning to try to push the farm, but the farm is so much further ahead right now. I hate to leave any completely, and I wonder if with our fishing skill level increases, if we haven't gotten a little more realistic chance down in the ocean. We'll see. I also kind of doubt that as first day of a stream, that would be something we'd dive right into, but you never know. Artifacts, decent for two seasons in. Gems, probably ahead of decent, I think. Cooking, obviously we haven't done anything, but we've unlocked quite a few recipes. Achievements, we're doing decently there. And letters, I don't think there's anything we could have done to have changed those. Just an access point. So there you go. There you have it. I hope you've enjoyed. If you have, why don't you consider hitting that follow button if you haven't already over on YouTube land. Although I haven't updated. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow is just run through a bunch of these processing over to YouTube and try to get them all synced up and ready to go. But thank you all so much. You're awesome. Thanks to Ant again. It was cool. He dropped by for a little bit. We got to chat a little bit, but his raid yesterday was greatly appreciated. It sounds like he's been doing some cool stuff with his channel. We'll be excited to go check that out. You guys rock. Thanks so much for all the time and support. You're all wonderful, excellent people, and I hope you stay awesome until the next one. But until then, you're on your own because I'm out of here. See you guys.